which is based out in New Delhi in India, the Migrant Forum in Asia, based in the Philippines, as well as the Center for Research on North America, CISAN, which is based out in Mexico. So we are expecting quite a wide range of participation, and looking at the geographical coverage that we have, we nearly, I think, cover all of the world in terms of participants, scholars, and guest speakers who will be featuring in the next coming days. So I will just give it a minute more again and just go back again and check if we have all our guest speakers, and we'll soon be able to start. But otherwise, good afternoon to those who are joining us in Europe. Good morning to those in the Americas. And I think it's still afternoon in Africa, and in Asia, you're about to end your day. So it's good that we are covering all the different time zones around the globe. I will just zoom in and check, and then so feel free to grab your glasses of water, cups of coffee, and cups of tea, just as we are about to go ahead and start. Once again, a warm welcome to this International E-Conference on Migration, Diaspora, and Sustainable Development, jointly organized by the Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism, the Migrant Forum in Asia, and the Center for Research on North America. And then without much further ado, I think I will ask William Goss, who will join us from Manila, to give us a welcome address. And I think I've never had this privilege to introduce William, so I will just go ahead. He's the regional coordinator for Migrant Forum in Asia. I think he's not an unfamiliar face, and maybe probably the most familiar face we have here in the room. He carries many hats apart from his role at MFA. He's also the chair of the Migrants' Rights International, and he carries with him over 2 decades of experience, really as a forerunner on international advocacy efforts on, equitable and fair migration. Um, some of us are quite familiar with him in terms of, on the global platform, on the Global Forum on Migration and Development, as well as just, if you've been in a room with William, you understand how straightforward he is, but also how passionate he is about the work that he does in advocating for migrants' rights wherever they are throughout their migration journey. So without much further ado, William, if I could just ask you to come and give us the welcome address.
Hello, and thank you, Paddy, for that introduction. And let me begin with first thanking all the people who put this together. If you asked me about a year ago this time, is such a thing possible? For somebody who likes being on the ground, for somebody who gets involved very much in field work, uh, I would have 1 year ago said this exercise is an exercise in futility. To believe that the world can connect like this on major issues over the net in a time of the pandemic would not have been something that even I would have kind of imagined as possible or worth doing. Let me say that from the offset. But recognizing how the pandemic has changed our lives, I think it is fantastic just to take a moment first to appreciate all the people that made this happen. And I don't, it would be, uh, it would be a big mistake on my part if I even tried to name people. So I'm not going to try to name anyone except uh, uh, the organizations that have been involved and individuals like who have been involved, and you know who I'm talking about, who over the last few months have been putting such a big endeavor today. And this is the success of that work. Till last night, I was looking at WhatsApp messages and I saw that the team was putting together things at odd hours of the night and at odd hours of the morning. And you wonder where the energy is coming from. Why are people driven like this? And you begin to understand the purpose of us coming together like this. And I think it's important for us just to take a moment to recognize the people that have put this together. And somewhere in the next few days, you will get a list of the people who have been part of this organizing, people who have been part of the thinking, people who have been part of the planning, and people who have been just on the sidelines as well supporting. So I'd like to thank all those people and all the organizations, GRFTD, CISAN, MFA, and all those who support them in the background. So thank you very much for that. Next, I think the next point I want to make it is how important the moment we are in. And that's why I think this is a point for reflection as well. We are in the midst of a pandemic. In many ways, if you look at the news, the news is reporting of the second wave being worse than the first, more far reaching than the first wave. It is a moment of so much uncertainty. You are hear messages like, my little daughter was saying there was no Halloween this year. Yeah, there were, in India, one of the biggest festivals of Diwali was people were asked to spend it at home. Uh, Festivities coming up, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all seem to be an uncertainty, and one wonders what's happening in our world today, and how it is going to change us and the things we do. It is important that we reflect this conference within that context. I think it's important to situate it in this time. A second thing is to look at is the elections in the US. I don't know how many people on this call are from the US. And just to be able to say that in some ways, how an elections like that can configure on a world waiting to see what is going to happen. The whole world, I sent some messages to friends of mine to say good luck, and we all wait in hope and anticipation. We hope and anticipate that whatever that outcome might be, it will be a world that will start healing, a world that will start bringing unities, a world in which there will be a lot more tolerance, a lot more tolerance, a lot more acceptance, a lot more inclusion. And that means of marginalized populations and migrants and diaspora as well. In this pandemic, we have learned many things about the constituency that we are in this conference talking about: migrants, immigrants, diaspora, displaced people. We have learned many things about them. And the most uh, uh, powerful realization of this group that we have had, we have coined it in very simple words: essential workers. Somewhere, migrants throughout the world have kept the world safe, have kept us safe, have kept our families secure, and have allowed us to cope in this difficult time, in this pandemic. The migrants, the diaspora community, however, whatever category we want to put them in, we know the role like we have never known before. Before the pandemic, a lot of this could have been contested. In the pandemic, somehow that role that they have played is staring us in the face. And that's why a conference like this becomes all the more important. From across the world, we come together despite the challenges to look at now some of what we have been thinking of before the pandemic, and to see how we will make a U-turn, move forward, and design a new world. We will have to look at this movement that is growing and to see how it's going to take us forward. A conference like this, there are many, and we are free to come in and out the different sessions, and it will carry on for 3-4 days. It will be good to see what comes out of this. I was talking to Dr. Sada before this and one of the things is what's next. And my message was, let's breathe. Let's breathe. For those of us who have been preparing in this and things like that, we need a little time to breathe. To breathe and to see what's next. To see what impact this 3 days, 4 days conference is going to have on the ground. On the ground. That is going to be important. To see how people, what we learn in this conference and what we get out of this, what from it would we take forward, and how would we take it forward? I think that's going to be the biggest challenge. That's going to be the defining moment of this conference. That's going to be the success of this conference. It's not just another paper. It's not just another certificate. It's not just another lecture. And it's not just one more piece of information that I can use, but it's about how it's going to impact the lives, the design of the world that we will embrace once we come out of a situation that is slowly beginning to be called post-COVID. Our world was ruptured, our past was ruptured, and we have to stitch it back together. And stitching it back together will require the effort of all of us. And a conference like this is one moment in the road to enlightenment. Let us see how we can spend time over the next 4-5 days together, listening, sharing, discussing, debating, and then seeing at the same time how we move forward. So I'd like to thank everyone. And once again, from the bottom of my heart, all the people who put this together. I will thank one person and one person only by name, somebody who has been very inspirational in my own journey in this, and that is Ambassador Swing, who is who will hopefully he's joined the call already. But I'd like to thank Ambassador Swing because I have seen how his commitment, and I have witnessed his commitment in bringing us to that moment before the pandemic, which made us look at and gave us a new design, a new momentum in redefining our world from the lens of migration. And then he took a pause. He went into retirement. And I'm glad that if get in touch with him again when he comes out of retirement for a small moment to speak, that it is in this conference, that it is at this moment. And I'm very grateful to Ambassador Swing for being that inspiration to so many of us over the years. And thank you once again. And thank you, Paddy and Sada and the whole team of Sada, Dr. Binod, Dr. Camelia. I said I wouldn't take names, but I just can't help it. Thank you so much, Dr. Raj. And now I'm stuck now because I know I'm missing names. But thank you so much for everything that you did to put this together. Thank you so much.
William, thank you for the inspiration also behind the work that has taken place in the background. Like you said, many people to mention, and hopefully we will be able to capture everyone in our vote of thanks later on. And moving along the program, just to say we have all our speakers in the house, and it's a great pleasure for us to have everyone in. And welcome to those who are just joining us from wherever you are around the world, hoping that you are joining us safe and well. And just even as we continue, we wanted to understand a bit more about what the conference is about. And for that, I will ask Professor Camelia Tigao to join us and give us some words. But before she comes on, also another person that inspires me since joining the forum here, and just whether you are listening to her in a logistics room, or whether you're listening to her giving a presentation or moderating or reading any of her publications, it's a name that you really need to knock down, especially for those of us sort of being new to understanding what's happening around the space of migration in the part of the world where she is. So Professor Tigal is from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, and she has also carried many hats apart from researching, skilled migration topics in various forums, as well as being the author of various publications, particularly some that have looked at the risks of brain drain in Mexico. And I will, I could go on and on what Professor Tigal has managed to publish, but then I would say I would invite you to not just to Google her, but also to just check out some of her publications. And for now, I would just ask Professor Tigal to join us and give us a word about the conference.
Thank you so much, Paddy. I would like to welcome everybody on behalf of this organizing committee, which is of course very big, and on behalf of my Center for Research on North America from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. I am really grateful to participate in this new experience for us. We are a research center dedicated to North America, and so we deal with other issues and migration. And I would like to thank my colleagues for inviting me to such a challenging experience as organizing a Southern-based international organization on migration, right? So today we will have to remember the days when we used to travel. We are about to embark on a very special 4 days journey. This is we will learn from academics, but also from international organizations, NGOs, and migrants themselves. We are seeking a different and enriching experience. As William said, we will be conducted in 5 languages, that is Hindi, Arabic, Spanish, French, and of course English. Our panelists, just to recall, come from 70 countries, and I'm sure the public is even more varied. We have over 300 registered speakers, And each day we will join for a plenary session and a discussion with the diaspora and migrant achievers. Please stay after this session. We will have a poet and a musician with us. And we will split every day to work in parallel rooms and come back the following day. I would say during all the sessions, we will be happy to take the public's comments, questions, critical remarks using the electronic tools that we are providing. And of course, we respect the plurality of knowledge and ideas and trying to generate a safe learning environment. So please make this conference your virtual home from today till Thursday. You may all be welcome. And lastly, I'm honored to welcome our special guests, Ambassador William Gaw and Professor Stephen Vertovec, who are making us a very special gift today, that is sharing their knowledge and of course their time. Thank you so much. Let's go on with the program, Paddy.
Thank you, Professor Camelia, for that run-up on how the days are going to be structured. I would at different times that are plotted. You don't want to miss any of those sessions. And a good thing is that you can also be able to follow some of it on the various channels, and more information would be sent through in the coming days. So follow our social media accounts and from the different organizations that are organizing. I think that the information will continue rolling in case you miss out on a Zoom call. Now, without much further ado, I would like to welcome our guest of honor who will inaugurate us into our ceremony this afternoon, this morning, this evening, depending on where you are. Ambassador William Lacey Swing, who is an American and United Nations diplomat, and he has been a 6-time ambassador under 4 of the 10 US presidents under whom he has served. He's also been a special representative of 2 United Nations Secretary Generals, as well as the chief of the UN peacekeeping missions, that's in the Congo DRC and the Western Sahara. You may also be interested to know that he has been ambassador in several African countries, including South Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Nigeria, Liberia, as well as Haiti. And I think he holds very special places in his heart for these postings. An interesting fun fact there is that the posting that he had in South Africa was shortly before Nelson Mandela was released from prison. So some very interesting times throughout his mission. Many of us also know Dr. Ambassador Swing from his 10 years as Director General at the International Organization at the International Organization for Migration, which eventually became a United Nations agency in 2016. In 2016, where he was really instrumental in setting this, as well as increasing the membership and the global footprint that the International Organization for Migration had. And I think he set really a tone there. He has been celebrated or decorated by many foreign governments, including France, Germany, Liberia, Niger, Djibouti, as well as the Sovereign Order of Malta. He has received various awards, including the lifetime contributions to the American diplomacy, and several universities in the US and in other parts of the world have awarded him with honorary doctorates. He also speaks quite a number of languages, including French, Germany, and several African languages. And for now, as William had said, he has retired. And we are really, really honored that he could find time it's quite late in Kuala Lumpur to join us and just lead us into an inauguration for our ceremony today. Ambassador William Lacey Swing, please, you're welcome.
Is there any connection problem?
Yes, shall we try and unmute him, Rakesh?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. No, let me just say I'm sort of quite out of date, as you know. I've been gone for a while from the subject that we're talking about. I just want to say it's really an honor and a privilege to be able to share with you some thoughts. I want to thank the organizing groups there, very impressive, for the invitation to join you, and congratulate you on this very important theme. I will stick pretty close to my text since I've been out of it for a while, and this is a pre-pandemic text that I have that I was working on sometime before, and I try to bring it up to date now. I have just, as always, 3 points. My first point is a factual point. The second one is analytical. And the third one is a series of recommendations with regard to migrants and the diaspora and development. While it's not true today, perhaps because of the pandemic, there has never been a time in human history when we've had more human beings moving across the globe on a scale that we just never seen this before. And out of every 7 persons in this 7 billion world is a migrant. In other words, 7 billion world. This is more than 300 million international migrants and about 750 million domestic migrants. China alone, everything's big in China, as we know, but China alone has more domestic migrants than there are international migrants. And yet the international migration, international migrants crossing borders still represents only 3% of the world's population. And that's been fairly constant since the 1960s. However, the numbers have increased and continue to increase exponentially. And that is because of a demographic oddity, a phenomenon, namely that the world's population quadrupled in the 20th century for the first time in recorded history. Not likely to happen again soon. So were these international migrants suddenly to be able to constitute themselves as a nation, they would have a population slightly smaller than that of Brazil and slightly larger, larger than that of Brazil and slightly smaller than the population of neighboring Indonesia. I'm speaking to you from Malaysia. Now, getting to the point of development, the $600 billion, and that figure may be out of date, is probably higher than that now, that diaspora and migrants send home annually in the form of remittances. Several interesting points. First of all, it is twice the amount of all international economic aid. Secondly, it is almost equal to all international foreign investment, believe it or not. And thirdly, it is roughly equivalent to the GDP of one of the smaller European Union member states, such as Finland, for example. In addition, according to Forbes magazine, almost 50% of all CEOs in the United States are either immigrants or descendants of immigrants. So this is some of the facts about migration. Now, I would argue that international migration is going to continue to be a major force in our world because of the drivers and the root causes. And there are about 10 of these. I'll go through them, tick them off quickly. First of all, demography. We have an aging global north in need of workers at all skill levels. You have a largely unemployed, youthful global south with a turgid rate of job creation. Secondly, the demand for labor, labor shortages in the global north, labor surpluses in the global south. Thirdly, the disparities, north-south economic imbalances. And a World Bank IMF paper noted, for example, that large-scale migration is going to be a permanent feature of the global economy for decades to come. Degradation of the environment, climate change, distance shrinking technology, where you can get from one point to the other quickly and easily. The digital revolution, we know what's going on. What I call desperation or survival migration, people moving in many cases because they either are victims of gang warfare, the economy, they've given up on the economy, or otherwise. Disasters, natural and human-made. We just had a major typhoon in Philippines, stretching from, you have conflicts now, armed conflicts stretching from the western bulge of Africa to Southeast Asia, where I live. Now we have, therefore, migration, demography, and urbanization, the three major population trends of our time. They're likely to transform our world inexorably into a much more multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multilingual world. Now, my second point is more of an analytical point of what I've just told you. We live in a world on the move, yes, but this world on the move is moving through a perfect storm. What's the analysis here? What do I mean? This is a world that is responding in a counter-cyclical fashion. It's a world adrift, having lost its bearings in the middle of this perfect storm. And some of the elements include the following. First of all, we have the greatest forced migration since World War II. We have some 68 million persons forced to move. It's probably even higher now. 25 million refugees, 43 million internally displaced persons. And we need to bear in mind, first of all, not more than 1% of the world's refugees are settled annually. Secondly, refugee returns are at a 30-year low. And thirdly, the average camp time for a refugee is about 25, 26 years. In addition, you have a further 75 million living precariously only 1 meter above sea level. Kiribati, for example, here in the area where I am, has already bought land in Fiji to take its people when that 1 meter rise or more occurs. We have unprecedented increasing anti-migrant sentiment. I used to be able to say that my country, the United States, accepts more refugees every year and migrants than the rest of the world together. Can't say that anymore. Today, Canada accepts more refugees than the United States. So things are changing. We have harmful, misleading pronouncements by world leaders that basically endanger migrants' lives and deny us their contribution. We have what I call the travel agents of death, human smugglers and traffickers, earning $35 billion a year off the backs of poor. We have a public confidence in government's ability to manage, or their will to manage, the migrant flow, appalling dearth of political courage, serious erosion of international moral authority, including the Security Council, violation of international humanitarian law on all sides in these various conflicts. Countries are building walls rather than bridges. They are turning inward. It's a world afflicted with what Javier Solana used to call migration and refugee amnesia. IOM, we mustn't forget, IOM and UNHCR were founded in 1951 to take Europeans ravaged by the Second World War to safe shores and new lives. We mustn't forget that. Hungarian President Viktor Orban, he's forgotten that 62 years ago, 200,000 Hungarians were taken and fled to open arms in Austria and former Yugoslavia. And so these are some of the elements that constitute a perfect storm as regards international migrants and the diaspora. But I have a third point. I don't want to abuse my time, but I want to make a few suggestions about how we need to ensure that migrants and the diaspora continue to contribute to development worldwide. There are numerous ways in which we can contribute directly to management of international migration. Let me mention three. First of all, we can deliver the compelling historical and contemporary evidence and arguments to demonstrate that migrants and the diaspora are in the national interest and are contributing and always have to development. There was a recent study, not so recent anymore, probably 4 or 5 years ago, by the McKinsey Global Institute and IOM that demonstrated that although migrants constitute only 3% of the world's population, migrants produce 9% of global GDP. Moreover, that is 4% more GDP than they would have produced if they had stayed at home. In the U.S., immigrants start companies at twice the rate of native-born Americans. Almost half of the companies in the Fortune 500 were started by immigrants or their children. So migrants and the diaspora are helping to address the demographic deficit in OECD countries. UN data forecasts that the population of Europe and other developed countries will decline by nearly 25% in the coming years. The populations of Europe and Japan have already started to shrink. Demographers tell us that Japan will lose 1/3 of its population well before the end of the century. And this is in a country where people have the highest rate of living to be 100 or more. Europe already has the world's oldest population in relative terms, and it lacks the replacement rate to avoid this. In other words, more people dying in Europe than being born. Immigration has enabled the U.S. to maintain its population levels and to avoid the demographic deficit of Europe and other rich countries because of immigration. That's unfortunately changed a lot in the last couple of years. We're down to 18,000 last year. It used to be at 120,000 or more, and it will sink even lower before the end of this year. Now, the long-range health of the United States, as with many other countries, is going to be hurt by large-scale declines in immigration. Even our retirement and Social Security systems rely on workers who come from abroad. When I was in Geneva with IOM, the Swiss openly stated that their generous Social Security and welfare schemes would be in difficulty were it not for the large number of migrants in Switzerland, who admittedly are largely European, but nonetheless. So if we're going to reap the benefits of migration in these aging societies, governments are going to need well-developed, comprehensive, and far-reaching policies to help integrate migrants and diaspora. Second sub-point under my final point is perspective. We urgently need to provide a balanced perspective on migrants and the diaspora. For example, someone who's a hero for me, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, she declared confidently, "Wir schaffen das." She recognized that the 1.5 million migrants who came across the Mediterranean in 2015 represented only less than 1% of Europe's population of 550 million. Therefore, not a crisis, but a manageable reality. Now, she must have assumed that some of the 27 other European Union states would come forward and say, we'll take some too. In fact, only Sweden and Austria did, and that didn't last very long. So she ended up with most of the 1.5 million, and she's handled it very well. In a similar vein, I was invited here along with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to Bangkok by the Thai, Malaysian, and Indonesian governments in 2015, because they had 7,000 Rohingya refugees from Myanmar out on ships in the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Sea. And suddenly they were all aflutter. What do we do? And this is talking about 3 countries who have a population of more than 300 million. We said, look, we have doctors and other people waiting to try to help these people. Just let them come ashore, and we will help them. We'll help you. But it shows you how quickly people lose perspective. Now, we can also assist governments in providing perspective to help people deal with what I think the real issue boils down to, which is one of identity. My identity will be threatened if we accept these people. Now, here, governments and NGOs need to have programs of public education and public information to educate people and inform them as to what these migrants and diaspora, eventually diaspora, are going to mean for the country. Final sub-point under my third point in terms of recommendations, we need to begin to destroy the stereotypes. These are stereotypes that put migrants' lives in danger and denies us the contributions that they historically have always made. There are a number of these stereotypes. There are many of them. Let me just give you a couple. Migrants are not needed. On the contrary, we know that some of the jobs that are going to be done in these countries are not going to be done by our local people because they don't want them. It's beneath their dignity and beneath their wage scale, perhaps. Migrants will do them. The second one is migrants steal our jobs. And statistics reveal that migrants, in fact, create more jobs than they steal, if you want to use the word steal. There's a poverty reduction strategy. Third stereotype, migrants will bring a criminal element into our community. The truth is that migrants commit fewer crimes than our own citizens, in part because the last person they want to see is a police officer or a military officer. And then there's another one. Migrants exploit our welfare system. Well, recent World Bank and IMF studies showed that migrants contribute more in taxes than they consume in social services. So the sooner a migrant has a job, the sooner that migrant is going to pay taxes. And then a further one, a final one, migrants pose a security threat. There is absolutely no evidence that any of the 3.5 million refugees that IOM took to the United States since 1980, that any of them have ever committed a terrorist act. In fact, most terrorist acts in recent years have been what we call homegrown, whether it was San Bernardino, California, Orlando, Florida, Paris, Nice, Barcelona, Brussels. So we need to get rid of these stereotypes if we're going to be successful in helping migrants and diaspora to make the contribution we know they will make. So let me wrap up, conclude by where I began, namely that migrants and diaspora are not a problem to be solved or a crisis to be resolved, but rather they are a human reality, as old as humankind and as young as today, a human reality to be managed. Migration is part of our DNA. Migration is at one and the same time three things in conclusion. Inevitable, given the driving forces I outlined for you. It is necessary if jobs are to be filled, skills to be available, and development to occur. And finally, it is highly desirable if we have the right policies to manage migration responsibly. So I will conclude with that, and thank you very much for your patience, overly long remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those remarks.
You're most welcome. It's an honor.
I'm drawn to think back to the very first time that I sat in a room and heard you speak, and I think that even though you do say that your message is pre-pandemic, it's something that is still very relevant even today. Some of the key messages that you have been driving through and those that you have just outlined to us, and I think your very last statement is so powerful, you know, in saying that it's, you know, migration is a human reality that we need to manage, as well as it being inevitable, necessary, and highly desirable. And then I think these next couple of days will dive us into the different parts of the migration space that
Thank you very much.
thanks again. And now,
I think some network problem, Paddy.
Yes.
Somebody else can do, because I think network is a problem from her side only. I think either William or Professor Camilla should take over.
Joined.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
I think I got disconnected there. Grateful for technology because we're reminded that we should always have a plan B, and my plan B was 4G. So somehow I think my Wi-Fi had got disconnected. Apologies for that. So we continue with the program. Can you hear me, Rakesh? Am I clear?
Yes.
Okay, super. I was just welcoming those who are joining us. Maybe you've just joined us. You're welcome to this international conference that's going to run for the next couple of days. You are encouraged to just check the different links that have been sent, the different posters that will lead you to the different sessions, as well as plenary in terms of technological links, or the Zoom links will be shared in the next couple of days. Now, without much further ado, we will go to the next part in our program and have a keynote talk that will be presented to us by Professor Steven Vertovec. And just as he gets ready, I think I wouldn't be doing much justice if I didn't read out his bio, which is very long, and I would say has been an inspiration in terms of the work that he has brought out, even as Professor Bart had said just as we were starting in the very beginning, and Dr. Sada had retaliated. So Professor Steven Vertovec is the founding director of the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Religious and Ethnic Diversity, based in the University of Göttingen in Germany. And he has also been professor at the University of Oxford. He has been director at the British Economic and Social Research Council Center on Migration Policy and Society, known as COMPAS. He is the core editor of a journal, Global Network, and the editor of Palgrave Macmillan book series known as the Global Diversities. He has held several fellowships from various universities in California, Warwick, Berlin, among others, as well as British Columbia. He has been the author of various publications on diaspora and various other topics on transnationalism. And there is a long list that you can look up onto the website of the organization. Professor Vertovec has also been an expert contributing to a lot of research work, whether it be with various international organizations, including the European Commission, the World Bank, as well as some United Nations agency. He has also done some work for the UK Home Office, as well as German foundations. And like I said, there's a long list of publications and research projects that he has done. So I think that it is very fitting that that he has accepted to give us a keynote speech on complexifying complex diasporas. Professor Steven Vertovec, you are welcome.
Well, thanks very much, Paddy. Kind introduction. It's a really hard act to follow, Ambassador Swing, giving a great overview and pointing to important ways forward. I hope my talk might complement a few of the things that he was saying, but probably without as much power as he can add, given his long experience. I'd really like to thank, first of all, the organizers as well for inviting me to give the opening keynote here. You know, it's flattering and a real honor, especially for such an event, bringing together a number of organizations around the world, participants around the world. So I hope I can live up to the challenge. And just before I start too, I have to say that this almost didn't happen. I almost missed this whole event because recently we changed times in Germany, where I'm speaking from. And luckily my secretary picked up a kind of last minute and very clever message from the organizers saying, kindly check for winter time changes. So I was almost a full hour off of this event. So I'm glad they were on top of the case and reminded us. Okay, well, speaking of time, I've been asked to speak for about 25 minutes. I'll do my best to keep to that. I don't want to overstay my welcome. If I can share my screen, if that works. I hope you can see that. If some colleagues can give a nod if you can see that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. Okay, good. So complexifying complex diasporas. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I thought is a good way to open a conference is just to look at some of the concepts that we use. And so this talk, that won't be heavily data driven, although I've got a little bit of data in here. It's mostly about concepts and terms that we're using and will continue to use throughout the next 3-4 days as well. So I'm just going to review certain meanings behind some key terms that I think we need to think about and try to relate them together. And there you see at the bottom of the screen, I'll give my kind of through message or takeaway right at the beginning, so you can bear it in mind throughout what I'm saying. I'm pointing to two notions of the idea of complexifying. First, we need to recognize how the phenomena that we're looking to understand, migration, diasporas, and transnationalism, all these phenomena are themselves getting more complex. So we need to complexify in that sense, that the world is complexifying. Migration streams and diasporas are complexifying. And we also need ourselves as social scientists, as academics and scholars who look at these things, have to develop ways to arrive at more complex understandings ourselves, to change our methods, our analytics, our theories, to be able to get a better grasp of the ways that the world is getting more complex around us. So this is why I'm calling complexifying complex diasporas. So I'll show you more of what I mean. Okay, so these two key terms that the conference will be dealing with, diaspora and transnationalism. Well, you know, there's umpteen books and hundreds of articles written around trying to define these terms. I've written a number of things myself. And so I'm just laying forward my understandings of these terms, and you can challenge them, criticize them however you want over the next days, but I'll just lay out the way I understand these terms. For me, diaspora immediately has two different senses. One is a kind of demographic sense, simply talking about a dispersed social formation of people around the world or around a region purporting to have a common origin, whether that be ethnic, linguistic, religious, national, whatever. So it refers to a kind of countable demographic. The other sense of diaspora, one that I've worked more with, is people's own subjective sense of being part of a globally dispersed community on whatever grounds they're basing it on. Again, religion, language, region of origin, country, village, whatever it is. People's own sense of identifying with people elsewhere. So these are two key senses of diaspora. Now, transnationalism, I've been kind of frustrated over the years that people use diaspora and transnationalism interchangeably. I make the distinction that for transnationalism, we should talk about actual exchanges across borders amongst people. Social exchanges amongst families, amongst people coming from the same areas or the same countries, economic exchanges. Ambassador Swift noted the importance of global remittances. That's a key mode of economic transnationalism that we see. I'll say a little bit about that at the end. Political exchanges and membership and voting rights and mobilization around the world amongst diasporas, religious engagement, cultural exchanges of various kinds, the actual exchanges that people have across borders. And so if you take those definitions, I would say that all acts of transnationalism entail a notion of diaspora. That is, people are making cross-border exchanges, social, economic, etc., within a social formation spanning the world. So all transnationalism entails diasporas, but not all diasporas always entail transnationalism. And I know this for, my original first book was on Indians and Hindus, particularly in Trinidad, in the Caribbean. And these are people who had a strong sense, this was work undertaken in the 1980s, before we had a lot of internet activism and so forth. But this was a population that came in the 19th century to the Caribbean as indentured laborers, had a strong sense of religious and national identity and consciousness, but had absolutely no contact with India and with Hindu organizations and so forth. So this was a diaspora without transnationalism, if you see what I mean. So transnationalism always entails diasporas. Diasporas don't always entail transnationalism. Now, when I'm talking about we need to think of how things are complexifying, I'll try to stitch together these various concepts I'll lay out in a moment. But as I said, one of the real takeaway messages is our need to recognize complexity. And here I'm drawing particularly of complexity theory, which comes largely out of mathematics and physics, but also there have been a number of attempts by social scientists to bring complexity theory into the way we do social science. And there are some books at the bottom of the screen, just for instance. So again, drawing from complexity theory, we can say that situations of increasing complexity arise when you have a mixture of the following: an increase in the number of agents or parts of a system. So in this case, we're talking about the rise in the number of people within a diaspora, or the rise in the number of migrants, like Ambassador Swing was talking about. But that's combined not just with the rise of number, but an increase in the differentiation of the characteristics of those people in the rising numbers. Characteristics, which I'll come to in a little bit as well, but things like different gender balances, different age and education levels, different legal statuses, different occupational specialties, and so forth. So we have an increase in number of agents, increase in the differentiation of the characteristics of those rising numbers, and an increase in the interdependence of the numbers and the characteristics. That is, we see new patterns forming. But when you have increasing complexification, this is just a kind of rule of thumb in complexity theory, you also have much higher contingency, and you don't know how things are going to develop. They're rather unstable systems until some new system emerges. And then maybe that system is called into question by further increases in numbers, differentiation, and interdependence. And so I'll make clear sense of this in a moment by way of migration, but just to bear that these are the kind of key ingredients I'm talking about when talking about increasing complexity. Okay, and we can apply all of these to migrants and diasporas and transnationalism. Now already this way of thinking has been applied to notions of diasporas. And I'm thinking of this particularly in a really good book by my good friend and co-author, Robin Cohen, put together with his colleague, Carolyn Fisher, in this Handbook of Diaspora Studies. They have a whole section devoted to the notion of a complex diaspora. And first of all, they coined this term in order to critique or to respond to criticisms of notions of diaspora that were being made since the early 2000s of the idea of diaspora. People said, yes, the idea of diaspora, we have to recognize people spread around the world, but the term can be too homogenizing. It treats all people of a common origin as being inherently similar in all respects. And of course, that can't be the case. And so in response to a kind of homogenizing idea of diaspora, Cohen and Fisher and other colleagues talk about complex diasporas. This notion is intended to recognize internal complexities within diasporas, including the fact, let's take in mind the Indian diaspora, that it indeed itself might be multi-ethnic, multi-faith, multilingual, multi-cohort, meaning different waves or generations of migration, multi-mobile, people able to move at different speeds and capacities, and hybrid diasporas, the way that within a diaspora, certain people have blended cultural, linguistic, and other elements with other cultural backgrounds. And internal differences are also complicated by things like class differences within a diaspora. The fact that within a single diaspora, in sort of political sentiments, you'll have some people who are much more sort of nationalist, even right-wing, versus people who are very much more cosmopolitan in their sentiments. The way that gender intersects with other variables and characteristics further complicates diaspora populations, even in a single country. And so the notion of complex diaspora has already been there since really the last couple of years. And just again, to give one kind of example, particularly for this audience, people might have seen. This is a very recent survey that was just published by the Carnegie Endowment looking at Indian American political attitudes, particularly in the run-up to the elections this week. And it's shown that amongst people in the Indian diaspora in the USA, they're very, their political horizons and attitudes are very dispersed. And again, I would say that these largely reflect aspects of complexity, aspects of migration cohort or generation, age, education, locality within the US, employment, legal status, etc. All of these things combine to give us complex pictures of things like political ideologies within a particular diaspora. So this is the notion of complex diaspora. And well, for reasons which I'll continue to go on with in a moment, also we have to bear in mind that very new developments around, well, again, Ambassador Swing already called this one about increasing digitalization, digital transfers within diasporas. This has been a boom field in diaspora and transnationalism studies over the last few years. There's a number of books out now on what's called online transnationalism or digital diasporas. The way that new technologies like Zoom that we're talking on, and Skype and WhatsApp and other social media are transforming the ways that people are actually able to engage with loved ones, with political movements, with economic investment, et cetera, online around the world. So this is further complexifying the ways that transnational activity takes place these days. We just have to continue to keep these things in mind and develop tools to understand what's going on out there. Particularly, again, a boom field that we do some research on here at our institute is what's called transnational care as well, the way that families take care of their elderly loved ones around the world now, often online. Okay, so yet another term dealing with complexity that I've written quite a bit about over the last years, which I want to make the case intersects with the argument I'm making about the complexification of diasporas and transnationalism, is this term superdiversity that I coined. And it particularly refers to changes in migration flows over the last 30 years or so. Now, Ambassador Swift importantly pointed out that yes, indeed, over the last couple of decades, numbers have certainly risen quite substantially in the number of global migrants. And that's reflecting, the rising population of the world as well. Although the proportion of migrants, as he's rightly pointed out, is at around 3%. And that hasn't changed much over the last 30 years or more. However, the point is, and we can show this, and I'll show one or two graphics on this, it's not the same people who have been migrating over the last 30 years. Even though 3% has been the regular percentage of the global population migrating, that's comprised of very different people than it was 30 or more years ago. I often like to talk about it that over 30 years ago, or let's say particularly in the 1960s and 70s, you had large movements of people coming from a few places and going to a few places. Now we have more people, but in smaller numbers, moving from many places, going to many places. And so that's the change in numbers that I was talking about. The change, the differentiation of characteristics has to do with also the fact that this contemporary migration movement is made up of very different combinations of nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, age, gender, legal status, skills, and human capital. And that's what I talk about as new conditions of superdiversity worldwide. Not super meaning powerful or dominant, but super in the sense that it supersedes earlier patterns of migration and diversity that we had over 30 years ago. So just to show one sort of graphic, this is a cool graphic done by a guy named Guy Abel in Austria using some of the recent UN data. And what this shows is global flows of people it's not by country, it's by region. So you see North America, Caribbean, Central America. Here's South Asian down here. So you see, if you can see my little hand cursor, hopefully. In 1990, this is what global flows of migrants looked like. And here you see a very large swathe of people coming from South Asia, going elsewhere in South Asia. The little arrow points to where they're going to. Okay, so you had large flows of people, a number of smaller flows as well. What I'm going to do is click a moving visualization so that as the years change, you'll see in every region of the world, smaller and smaller arrows filling out these numbers. And that's what I'm talking about, is we're seeing flows from more places to more places in smaller numbers. Okay, so if I click the graphic, it's not moving. Okay, well, the technology is not with me. I don't know why that's the case. I'm sorry about that, but you'll have to bear with me or look it up yourself at guyable.com. An excellent graphic showing how, so we get up to 2020, all of these numbers are filled up with smaller and smaller streams of people. Okay, I don't know why that's not moving. I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's not hold us back. Now, another thing, besides people coming from more places, moving to more places, and so diaspora is getting more dispersed with changing characteristics, changing legal statuses is a hugely important part of what I'm talking about is superdiversity, and it's really affecting the nature of diasporas and transnationalism, making them more complex. So what you have here, it's a bit of an eyeful. I'll quickly explain it. This is just within Germany where I live. These are some of the largest current countries of origin: Syria, Turkey, India, China, Serbia, Iraq, and so forth. And within that particular migrant population in Germany, this is just a picture of the different legal statuses people are within. So I've underlined for your interest India here. 21% of Indians in Germany have come to study. 22% have some sort of employment visa. 19% have come under some grounds of family reunion. 31% have special grounds. If you broke that down, there would be multiple visa types, some of them longer than others, some of them very short stayed, and then other sorts of rights and temporary status given. So I just use this to show, again, this is part of the complexification that as people are moving around the world now, we've seen a proliferation of legal statuses and migration channels in most countries around the world. And they're themselves getting more and more complex in terms of the rights offered to people, how long people can stay, what obligations people have, and what restrictions apply to people. And these different legal statuses very much affect what people can do, where they can live, how long they can stay there, what kind of health care and education they can give their families, et cetera, et cetera. So legal status, changing legal statuses is yet another way that diasporas are getting more complex, because within a single diaspora, you'll have, as I say, even just Indians in Germany, you have very differential patterns of legal status, okay? So part of my general message on migration-driven diversification and conditions of superdiversity is that over the last 30 years and continuing now, migrants are increasingly channeled by way of their migration stream, their country of origin, legal status, all these things I was talking about. People, we can see in migration patterns, the way that certain migration streams are very gendered, are very specific to age, are very specific to certain countries of origin, and very specific to countries of destination. So migrants are increasingly channeled into highly differential positions. So again, largely based on their legal status and their migration streams. People have different opportunities and constraints for what they can do economically, politically, where they live, and so forth. And these different channels and differential positions are creating new urban configurations. As most migrants are heading to cities, different levels of equality, different kinds of integration and exclusion, conflict, privilege, precarity. And so it's this kind of three-dimensional puzzle or stratification system that we have to look at in terms generally about people moving around the world, and within any one particular diaspora, these patterns apply as well. Very differential, highly stratified positions by way of how people migrated and under what conditions. Okay, so these are some of the ways that I'm trying to conceptually combine, well, just in my own kind of background, work on diasporas and transnationalism with notions of superdiversity and complexification. So first of all, what does a notion of superdiversity bring to our understanding of diasporas and transnationalism? Well, as I was just pointing out with the last couple of slides, even within a single diaspora, globally, and even within a same country, we have very different social positions and different kinds of inequality based on how people have moved, their legal status, how they've been able to rejoin their families, what sort of jobs they've been able to get under very contemporary policy conditions. So that's how superdiversity helps us understand the complexification of any single diaspora. Modes of transnational engagement themselves, the way that people remain in contact with their businesses, with their families, with their political parties, with their religious congregations, often have to do with those very unequal positions they have in a society. Some people simply have more capacity to engage transnationally than others. And again, I'll say something at the very end about remittances and that notion. So this is why we can look at the superdiversity, diasporas, and transnationalism as a mode of complexification. What does diasporas and transnationalism bring to the study of transnationalism? Well, despite all of these fragmentations of a single diaspora, we do have to recognize that still people can have a strong diasporic identity that cuts across inequality and social status and legal status and all of these sorts of things. And we've seen that especially in times of disasters. If there's an earthquake or a tidal wave or something, people are able to put aside many kinds of differences within the diaspora and rally as a kind of diasporic identity community. So we're just not looking at a complete fragmentation all the time of populations, that there are things that bind people together in diaspora from time to time. We can talk about hot and cold phases of diasporas, and that's something we have to keep in mind. That's a kind of counter to a lot of the complexification that I'm talking about. We do, though, have to recognize that these different modes, types, degrees, and temporalities of transnationalism, the different ways that people are able to engage transnationally with countries of origin or with compatriots elsewhere, adds to the complexity of superdiverse social configurations themselves. So we have to, I think, constantly try to balance out these three notions: diasporas, transnationalism, and superdiversity. That's part of my overall message. So this is my last slide, hopefully keeping my 25 minutes here. Again, I hope I'm not beating a dead horse too much here, but we need to complexify our understanding of migration, diasporas, and transnationalism. First and foremost, to see what's been going on, especially as new political developments have meant that new ways of, again, what Ambassador Swing was talking about, of trying to manage migration, have created new policy instruments and new legal statuses, which both offer opportunities and restrictions on what migrants and diasporas can actually do outside of their homelands. And this can inadvertently create new kinds of inequality. And this is my final pitch, that especially in light of the pandemic, the economic recession globally that's developing in its wake, and the onset of the climate crisis, which is going to affect all of these patterns of complexification. As scholars who look at these sorts of things, again, my call is that we need to tool up. We need to develop our methods, our analytics, and our theories to be able to understand how things are complexifying. These notions like superdiversity and so forth are just first steps in trying to create a language of talking about new complexities that we can see in the data moving all around us. And just the final thing I'll say is by way of example, as has been pointed out, global remittances, actually in 2019, they came to 706 billion, according to the World Bank. This is one of the major modes of transnationalism that we see around the world today, with incredible importance for development broadly, but also for individual families around the world. And since the pandemic started already in 2020, we've seen that this figure of 706 billion has already declined by 20% and is set to continue to do through the rest of the year and into next year. And this will put many people around the world into dire poverty and hardship. Migrants and their remittances are desperately needed in diaspora communities around the world. And as the pandemic continues, as the economic recession gets worse, and as the climate crisis proceeds, given the kind of inequalities that are already being created around the patterns of complexity I've been talking about, those are going to get worse over the next decade or so due to the recession, the pandemic, and the economic crisis. We have to understand what's going on in these patterns and to think then more cleverly and smartly about how policymakers can intervene to prevent further inequalities around the world that are coming in the wake of these developments and in the wake of all the kinds of new complexities that we're seeing out there. Okay, so that's my 2 cents on the subject. I thank you for listening. I thank the organizers again for having me here. I wish everyone a stimulating and enjoyable conference over the next couple of days. And I hope that some of the things I've said might be of interest for these discussions coming. Thanks very much, Zen.
Professor Vertovec, thank you very much for diving us into that dimension of complexities. And I think it really did reach a level of us having a better understanding, even though, you know, it's such a short, in such a short period of time. But I think the insights were absolutely useful. And I think, you know, I also like the point that you have made in us being able to understand what these complexities mean in terms of us preventing further inequalities. We really need to dig down into the details and sometimes look really beyond the surface for us to understand how we can move this agenda forward. And I think that's, you know, that has a very important bearing, and as you have explained, particularly in the way governments would also engage with diaspora, in the way diaspora would also contribute back home. And I think really tying into what Ambassador Swing had mentioned in looking in having this, you know, what is the positive contribution that migrants bring. And I think this is something to be said, not just where they are in their host countries, but also back home. But understanding these complexities become ever more so important. So thank you very much for taking us into those insights and for enlightening us. We are very honored to have had you here to give us that keynote address. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And now we seem to be winding down, but not yet, because we will go into we continue with the rest of the program, and I would like to call upon Dr. Mahalingam who is the president and also actually a founding member of the Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism, which is one of the host institutions that is organizing this international e-conference over the next couple of days. Dr. Mahalingam is just going to give us the vote of thanks. Over to you.
Thank you, Paddy. Dear esteemed dignitaries, respected guests, delegates, well-wishers, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the GRFDT, that is Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism, it's a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. A big sincere thanks to Ambassador William Lazy Swing for having agreed to inaugurate and to give the inaugural address. Your address set the tone for the deliberations in the coming 4 days. No doubt, really we benefited from your inaugural address. It has opened up various thoughts and also it sparked debates, and it will be really useful and insightful for the delegates. Despite your busy schedule, sir, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Thank you indeed, Professor Stephen Werterwerk, for the insightful keynote address. There were so many takeaway points, and your keynote address has flagged off new concepts like super diversity and complexity, the theory of complexity, which is really interesting. We should try to understand, by using this theory, we should understand, we should unravel the complexity of diaspora and migration. And we could all learn your insights on the chosen topic. It was a stimulating and also inspiring presentation. My heartfelt thanks to you, sir. I look forward to your continued engagement with the GRFDT. I would like to thank Mr. William Goyce for welcoming the gathering. I am grateful to Professor Camilla Tigu for having consented to talk about the conference. Please join me to thank Ms. Paddy, Siyanga, Knudsen for anchoring the session. My thanks to Ms. Melissa Hernandez Jasso, UNAM, New Mexico, for covering the event. I record my appreciation and gratitude to Migrant Forum in Asia, Manila, Philippines, Center for Research on North America, CISAN, and UNAM, Mexico for collaborating with GRFDT to organize this international e-conference in the times of global pandemic. My thanks are due to the delegates, our professors, our well-wishers, and guests from around the globe for their overwhelming participation in this international e-conference. I am confident that you will be benefited from it. Have a fruitful discussion in the coming 4 days. I take this opportunity to thank the convener, Dr. Sadananda Sahoo, and his GRFD team for organizing this wonderful event by working untiringly. And let me sign off now in order to start the proceedings of the day. Stay tuned. It is over to Ms. Paddy now.
Dr. Mahalingam, thank you for that vote of thanks. And we will now take a break and reconvene at 7:30 Indian time. I would even try to attempt what that means in terms of our own timings. But if you just check your clock for 7:30 Indian time, we will be reconvening. So we would be using this same Zoom if nothing has changed. Rakesh, maybe you can confirm this, but I think if nothing has changed, we just come back. Feel free to grab your glass of water, a cup of coffee, a cup of masala tea or ginger tea, whatever preferences that you have there. And we would continue with the next part of our program for today.
Yes, in this Zoom only.
Yes. So no changes for this Zoom, so you just can keep it on. And during the break, people can feel free to greet each other, because we do realize, you know, in these pandemic times, even people who are working closely together probably haven't had the opportunity to see each other. So please feel free to use this break as sort of part of our coffee break, where we are able to just interact and engage. So we'll take a break for now.
Thank you, Paddy.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
all of these injustices. And in all these situations, where the situation is not a war or a complete breakdown, then what I tend to do as an MP is to work through the embassies. Most of our embassies in these countries where we have substantial migrant workers have officers called a community welfare officer or an analogous title, whose sole job really is to look after complaints relating to Indian community members in those countries and their problems they're having. And wage theft is very often a significant problem. I must admit they may be so burdened with the large volume of cases that they don't always give them the priority they deserve. And that's where an MP's intervention can often help. So when a complaint reaches me, I bring it to the attention of the ambassador, who pushes it down to the
Welcome. Rafi ji, namaste. Hello, Rafi. I listen to music. Very, very, very nice.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, hello. So we'll start very soon.
Okay. At around, do you know how many
No,
minutes later?
Start,
or
even we can start early because no issue. Just to, because you have reached already. It was small break only.
Okay. Okay. Is my voice clear?
Clear, clear. I don't know the instrument sound. Just you can play.
Okay. How does that sound?
Perfect, perfect. It gives a
Great.
soothing sound, very soothing sound.
Yes, exactly. This is the Armenian duduk.
Yes. After I heard about you, I am watching your videos every day. It's so nice, so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, Ani will be talking about, I think, we'll be mentioning some things about.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Leave aside sensitivities. We're going to leave aside politics. And we're going to talk about people who have achieved and become something as a result of their passion and what they have brought together with the roots that they have come from, right? And that's the reason why we decided to introduce this particular 4-day international webinar with a very Southern perspective in thinking with the both of you. We start with the both of you. We have about 40 minutes, I would say 40 to 45 minutes. And I want to make sure that both of you get equal time. I also want to make sure that we hear, Rafi, from you. We would like to hear you play the duduk. And we would like to hear you, Jose, perhaps recite a few of your very famous and very strong and hard-hitting poems. I think, I've been reading up on Citizen Illegal, and gosh, each one of those poems in some way or the other touched me. But here's first to Rafi. Rafi, tell me this. I'm from India, Rafi, so we're far away from Armenia and Lebanon, the connections that you bring. But I'm going to say your last name, Chilingirian. Is that right?
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay. So Rafi Chilingirian.
And you know Rafi as well. You have in India, Ravi.
Absolutely.
Rafi.
we have the Ravis and we have the
Exactly.
Rafis, because
Exactly.
one of India's most famous epic singer of epic proportions, Muhammad Rafi, is one that so you come you will always be a guest for any Indian, my friend.
Thank you.
So Rafi, what's special about you is that you play an instrument which, to be very honest with you, I had read up only after I heard about you, the duduk. And what I read up about the duduk, or when I read about the instrument, I understand that it is said to express the music that this instrument exemplifies, is said to express the soul of Armenia. And I thought that was very special, in reading it out along those lines. So Rafi, without further ado, some of those elements that we would like to hear from you, because we want to hear your own background. What does it mean to be an Armenian in Lebanon? What does it mean to be both, a mixture of both? How has music contributed to your own life? And what are you doing with that music to empower others? What is that family background story and all of that? So Rafi, really, over to you.
So thank you, Nair, for this opportunity and for giving me this time to present about Armenians in the diaspora, as used to be migrants, now part and parcel of the identity of Lebanon, Syria, and other countries where Armenians live. So let me give a quick background of the heritage and the ancestry, and then talk about the language, how that unfolds within the Arabic Lebanese context, and then talk about the socioeconomic factors when the first Armenians, like my grandparents, when they arrived because of the war and then the genocide factors. The belonging issue, where the identities of both Lebanese, I'm Lebanese, I'm also Armenian at the same time. How does that, is that contradictory? Are there any fusion within that identity factor? And then, of course, how I, as an Armenian, was able to retain the Armenian culture within the Lebanese context, and how does that work out within the Lebanese context? So I'm going to give you, and then I go into the Armenian instrument, the duduk, and also play a piece on the duduk, which I'll explain later the lyrics of it. So basically the heritage and ancestry, almost every Armenian knows where they originally come from. The history. Armenians didn't come to Lebanon as tourists. They were driven out of their homelands during the 1915 Armenian genocide within the Ottoman Empire, when there was World War I going on at the same time. So the Armenians had to leave their original homeland and homes. Places like Adana, Aintab, Marash, Yozgat, Urfa, Diyarbakir, these are all known. Even in my generation, we know where our roots go back to, which is originally, this was part of the Cilician kingdom, now part of Turkey, north of Syria on the Mediterranean. So my paternal side, comes from both Adana and then the Sis region, where the Armenian Apostolic Catholicosate originally resided. Today, after the genocide, it is re-established in Antilias here in Lebanon. Language. So many Armenians of the generation that escaped the 1915 genocide did not know Arabic. So there wasn't much communication with the non-Armenian Lebanese neighbors. Later, as the Armenian children started going to school and learning Arabic, were the communications established with the neighbors. Most of the first residents did not even know Armenian language. They only knew Turkish. My grandmother from my father's side learned Armenian with her children, while my grandfather only didn't learn Armenian or Arabic, he only talked Turkish. Today, Lebanese Armenians speak 4 languages: Armenian, Arabic, English, French, and to a certain extent understand Turkish. There are several well-known media anchors today and figures on Lebanese TV stations such as Zaben, who has his own program, Paula Nishande Harutyunyan, who has his own program in the Arabic language, of course. So you can see how that shifted between generations, and now they're part and parcel of the identity of the Lebanese society. So what about the socioeconomic factors? Let me go into that, delve a bit into that. Those who escaped the Armenian genocide perpetrated by the Ottoman Empire resettled in what is now called Syria and Lebanon. There was no settlement, it was all part of the Ottoman Empire. Lebanon was later established. They quickly built schools and churches. This was right after the genocide. They were thinking about building churches and schools and started rebuilding their lives again, educating and feeding the young children. Many Armenians settled in camps first. However, the Armenians are industrious and skilled craftsmen that they were able to quickly move out of the camps and establish their own marketplaces and neighborhoods like Burj Hamud, Hajan, and later Anjar, which is in the Bekaa Valley. I have non-Armenian friends today. A few months ago, there was a discussion, like they asked me, like, how is it that the first Armenians who came were driven out of Syria? They came here, they had nothing, but they were able to establish and recreate themselves in Lebanon. While there he was trying to understand how is that possible when a community that's driven and stripped of their monies and properties, and they're able to reestablish. So that made me understand, look how the Armenians are also looked and perceived. That made me, I wasn't asking that question, but that's a question that was asked to me, and I was also surprised that they were looking at it in a positive way as well, re-establishing themselves. So what about belonging? Armenians feel themselves part of the Lebanese political system, where the parliamentary seats are reserved based on confessions. As soon as Lebanon became independent, Lebanese Armenians, along with all the residents and the population, took up the Lebanese IDs. I am Lebanese, but I also can't forget my Armenian identity, culture, heritage, and history. The Lebanese society being a multi-sectarian cultural society, I feel as an Armenian a piece from that beautiful mosaic of Lebanon. I've served in the 1-year mandatory army service myself in Lebanon, and I've seen this mosaic myself, and all the confessions and sects intermingling and talking to each other rather than fighting that Lebanon has seen in the 90s and 80s and 70s. Armenian cultural retainment, and how does that come into play within the Lebanese society as an Armenian? So the Armenian genocide has left a huge pain within the Armenian diaspora. The diaspora was itself the result of the genocide. It wasn't like people migrating only because of to find work. So in order to reach that justice, Turkey recognizing, giving restitution to the Armenians, like the Germans did to the Jews in Holocaust, during the Holocaust, after the Holocaust. So the Armenians try to keep their identity and language and culture. That's like keeping their identity is a pushback to the genocide, like an answer to the genocide. No, we will remain Armenian. We will keep our identity because of that, the history that we have. So it's like that subconscious thing that's going on there. Armenians also have a very rich culture in terms of music, dress, dance, food, architecture, carpet weaving, embroidery, church chants, alphabet, language, history that goes back to the Greek, Syriac, and Assyrian times. They are very proud of their heritage. They are strongly uphold and maintain and keep. Today, Burj Hamid, which was mainly established by Armenians, has 2 theaters, several confession-affiliated schools, Armenian Apostolic, Armenian Catholic, Armenian Evangelical, 3 Armenian newspapers, cultural institutions, medical centers, social centers, elderly house, special needs school, sports organization, scouts, university, which is Haigazian University, which is the only Armenian university outside Armenia and in the Armenian diaspora. That's also what we are proud of as well, having a university in anywhere, any other place. The rest of the Lebanese confessions, the other communities, Shiite, Maronite, Sunni, Orthodox, Syriac, very much respect the Armenians, consider Armenians hardworking and loyal to Lebanon. I myself have heard that on TVs by other non-Armenian neighbors, neighboring like other communities, but because of that identity keeping, similar to the Druze community, they also try to keep their identity by intermarriages. However, today with the new generation, they are more free, let's say, to marry whoever they want. The Armenian, the dress, the attire is like any other Lebanese, but only certain cultural events, the dresses, the folk dresses will be put on for special occasions. The Armenian cuisine is very much loved in Lebanon. There are many dishes that are very famous in Lebanon: sujuk, bastırma, lavju, mantı, pishna, kebab. And of course, Armenians also love the Levantine cuisine. Food is very much part of the culture, as in India, in much of the Middle East and the East. So that's much of my few minutes that I wanted to talk about. I can talk back about the Duke and the significance of that. But if there are any questions that I can answer if there are any questions. Otherwise, I would go to the
No, thanks. Thanks so much, Rafi. I mean, I think we should hear from you, the Duduk. But before you get into the Duduk itself, perhaps the one thing that stands out about, what you have just said now and everything that you have explained is this. And that is the beauty of Lebanon. I really like the way you explained it, right? The socio-cultural fabric and the mosaic of multiculturalism that Lebanon provides. I mean, I come from a country with, 28 states. We are, India is a diverse country by itself. And
different dialects.
Languages. We have 19 official languages, of which I speak only 4. So imagine my trouble when I have to speak to people from other parts. And you were speaking about the fact that you speak Armenian, Arabic, English, French, and a little bit of Turkish. I'm always jealous of people like you, because between Arabic, English, and French, you already cover 3 international languages within the United Nations. I speak one of those international languages, which is English, right? But here's the point that I want to make. With all the diversity that you bring and everything that you're a part of, where do you see the future? How do you see the future? Given the fact that you're all integrated, where does the next generation, how does the next generation feel about being Armenian? How will the future generations feel about being Armenian? Do you ever think, gosh, would we lose this? Would we lose who we are as people? Would we lose focus on our roots? Do you think that would ever be the case?
Well, with globalization happening and culture and identity is not something fixed. It's always emerging, something new happening. People are losing their interest or attaining a new another cultural, another identity, another language because of the case of a new country where, for example, a community is not living in a country where the majority are Armenians. So you only have that in Armenia. However, within the Lebanese context, there is a kind of giving the opportunity, giving the protection within the system of Lebanese society and within the parliamentary system politically, and that gives the community space to build their own schools and teach Armenian as well, and maintain their culture. So this is for the everyone is a minority in Lebanon in some sense, whether it's a bigger minority or a smaller minority. So I think within the Lebanese context, it's more attained and maintained and retained and protected in that sense. Now, if you talk about the other diasporas where the Armenians live, that's a different dynamics happening there. In France, where the culture is regarded much, avant-garde, bigger, higher, that perception issue also comes into play. So it's a different dynamics over there. But within the Lebanese context, within the Arab world even, Armenians feel at ease and at accepted, and even given the freedom to keep their own identity, Armenian identity and culture.
Right. No, fantastic. Thanks so much, Rafi, for that background. We want to hear you play the duduk. I must tell you, I noticed that there are a few Lebanese here in the audience as well.
Yes. Yes.
To name two. One is a with the United Nations International Organization for Migration, Rula Hamathi, and then there is also Rula, by the way, who says that she has an Armenian connection. But we also have a Lebanese diplomat based out of the representing Lebanon at the United Nations in Geneva, Hani Char. So you know what? This is great. This is wonderful. I think this is great. These are great stories for Armenia and Lebanon. Rafi, let's hear you.
Wonderful. Yeah, let me tell you about the duduk. It's as you said, the heart and soul of the Armenian people. It's famous national musical instrument of Armenians. It has a very soothing, melancholic, and yet enriching and deep sound that touches anyone who listens to its voice. It's a very ancient instrument that goes back 3,000 years. It is taught professionally in the Armenian musical schools here in Lebanon, and I personally love the instrument. 5 years ago, I got to know it. I had brought from Armenia, but then it was only 5 years ago that I really took the instrument very seriously and learned it professionally. I will be performing a song called Grung. Grung means crane. It's the bird. It's the name of the bird. It's called crane, and it has the crane. The bird has a symbol of migrants, and this song particularly, the lyrics talk about the man living away from his homeland and seeing a crane, starts asking the crane about his home and its whereabouts. How's my home? How is it? How's the family? And this is what I will be performing now.
I think we need to have a minute's silence after that. Thank you. Beautiful, Rafi. You know, I can see Jose applauding you. I will give a shout out to all the disabled people in the world with this. But what an absolutely fantastic perspective. If I may say, you know, there was a reason why Shakespeare penned, "If music be the food of love, then play on." So Rafi, play on, my friend. Play on for as long as you can keep us all happy with this music. Thank you so much for joining us, Rafi. Really appreciate your time, your efforts, and who you are as an individual and what you bring. Thank you, Rafi. That brings me to our next migrant achiever. And I know Jose would not call himself a migrant achiever. I know there's a lot of confusion about whether Jose is a citizen or a citizen illegal, right? Jose, I happen to be reading, what was it called in one of your poems in the Mexican, in Citizen Illegal, was called the Mexican American Disambiguities? Is that what you called it? Huh? And, you know, so if I were to introduce you, I would introduce you by perhaps give me the opportunity to, and the honor of reading a few lines from your poem, Mexican American Disambiguities, where you say, and I quote, "My parents are Mexicans who are not to be confused with Mexicans still living in Mexico. Those Mexicans call themselves Mexicanos. White folks at parties call them pobrecitos. American colleges call them international students and diverse. My mom was white in Mexico and my dad was mestizo. And after they crossed the border, they became diverse, minorities, ethnic, and exotic." Gosh, Jose, you know, if I could have put my own thoughts about having grown up in different countries, thought about how my parents moved, you know, I really, though not nowhere close to Mexico or the United States, I relate to every word in how you have put this. And it really touched me in so many different ways. But interestingly enough, Jose, I read about, I read an interview of yours where you were asked to describe yourself. And interestingly enough, you called yourself a poet, an educator, and an aspiring, correct me if I get this wrong, sinvergüenza. And I had to translate what sinvergüenza meant, and it actually says a shameless or a brazen person. So here's my thing, my friend. You have already inspired me to be a sinvergüenza, because if this is what sinvergüenza means, then I would love to be a shameless or a brazen person. But Jose, with that as my opening for you, please give us a little bit of your background first, maybe for the next 5 minutes or so, and then we would like to hear the poet in you. Jose, over to you.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you for sharing, Rafi. That was really beautiful. Yeah, so I think maybe, I think the best way that I can kind of paint a picture about who I am and how I locate myself within the United States and its relationship with Mexico is if I read some poems. So I don't want to spend too much time talking, but I'll give you a kind of brief overview of the relationship between the United States and Mexico, and then how that kind of plays into how I saw myself growing up as the child of migrants. So Mexico is the country directly south of the United States border. In the 1800s, the United States decided that it believed in this thing called manifest destiny, which was the idea that the United States, which at the time, was probably half the size that it is now, they believed that it was their destiny, that it was, that God had selected the United States, the American people, to lead the land from the east coast of the United States all the way to what we now call California, right? That it was destiny for the entire continent to become the United States of America. And so the United States invaded Mexico, and their whole plan was to get as much Mexican land from Mexico with as few Mexican people. So there's always been this question about how Mexicans fit into the racial hierarchy in the United States, right? We know from history that the United States enslaved Black people. We know that the United States took land from indigenous people. And so how do Mexican people, which is a people that is not fixed, right? That is fluid, that is, a national identity, but also people with very strong indigenous roots, with very strong, how do they fit, right? And so we know from history that the United States did not see Mexican people as, as on the same level as Euro descendant people in the United States. So I say all that to say that there have always been, quote unquote, Mexican people in the United States. That's been true since the invasion. And the presence of the United States has always loomed large over Mexico. There was this thing called the Monroe Doctrine, where basically the United States declared that no countries in Latin America were really capable of governing themselves. And so the United States was going to take on a big brother identity. And so if you study Latin American history, you can find over the years all of the coups and all of the different military regimes that the United States has supported in various countries, in El Salvador, in Honduras, in Guatemala, in Chile, on and on and on, right? So anyway, that's some background. For me, my parents moved to the United States. They were undocumented right before I was born. I was born in Chicago, Illinois, which is really, one of the places that I consider a homeland for myself. And what I remember growing up is that Mexico never came up in any of our history books. The United States, and I think this was especially true, in the 1990s, had a very kind of United States first vision of history, right? We learned everything about the United States, but we didn't really spend time thinking about the world, only when it interacted with the United States, right? And there were 3 moments when Mexicans popped up in United States history, right? One is during colonization, when Christopher Columbus and the Spanish invade Mexico and slaughter a lot of indigenous people. One is during the Mexican-American War, when the United States, moves into Mexico and slaughters a lot of Mexican people. And then the last part, and then Mexicans disappear for 100 years until immigration happens. And all we learn is that there's this wave of immigration, and then Mexicans disappear again. So for me, one of the things that led me to becoming a poet was just wondering what happens in all of those in-between years, right? What happens? It's not like you know, the Spanish invade Mexico and then history stops, right? We know that there's connected histories. And so I wanted to write poetry because for me, it was a way of kind of asking questions about, you know, what it means to be Mexican in America, given the history of dominance, given the history of, given the history of dominance, given the history of American imperialism. And I wanted to think about what it meant to be, a son of migrants after the fact. One of the things that's true about how migration is covered in the United States is it's only covered in moments of crisis. So the news only really talks about migration after a great tragedy has happened. And, you know, it's not that I don't think those moments are newsworthy, certainly they're newsworthy, but I think that what it means is that we don't pay attention to how the ripples of migration kind of ripple out over the years, right? I think about my own parents and when they were undocumented before they attained legal status in the United States, we met with a lawyer every week for years, and my parents never told us why we were there. And I think about those silences that exist within families, within communities, and it makes me, you know, I want to write about how those silences affect us. And so when I say that I want to be a sinvergüenza, what I'm saying is that I was taught to carry a lot of shame and a lot of kind of secrets around certain parts of my Mexican identity, right? Because it was this thing that was, you know, that was not, we didn't learn about it in school, and it was a source of shame for my parents, and it was just very, you know, it led to a lot of silences. And so when I say I want to be a sinvergüenza, that's what I'm talking about. I want to step into the light of who I am and be proud of who I am. And so I'll stop there, but thank you so much for the introduction, and I'm excited to read some poems.
Please do. We're all ears.
Excellent.
Jose,
So I'm going
Jose,
to.
how would you like to do this? I mean, would you have 2-3 poems for us, and then maybe also conclude it with your reflections as to how these came about? A couple of minutes on that. But so let's say 2 or 3 poems.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll read 3 poems, and yeah, I'm going to start with the poem that you mentioned, Mexican American Disambiguation. And disambiguation is a word that I took from Wikipedia. If you look up the word rose in Wikipedia, it'll ask you if you want to disambiguate, right? It'll say, what type of rose do you mean? Do you mean Rose, the actress? Do you mean Rose, the flower? Do you mean Rose, you know, the perfume smell? It'll ask you to kind of disambiguate what you're talking about. So this is Mexican American Disambiguation. It's after the poet Idris Goodwin. My parents are Mexican, who are not to be confused with Mexican Americans or Chicanos. I am a Chicano from Chicago, which means I'm a Mexican American with a fancy college degree and a few tattoos. My parents are Mexican, who are not to be confused with Mexicans still living in Mexico. Those Mexicans call themselves Mexicanos. White folks at parties call them pobrecitos. American colleges call them international students and diverse. My mom was white in Mexico and my dad was mestizo. And after they crossed the border, they became diverse and minorities and ethnic and exotic. But my parents call themselves Mexicanos, who again should not be confused for Mexicanos living in Mexico. Those Mexicanos might call my family gringos, which is the word my family calls white folks. And white folks call my parents interracial. Colleges say, put them on a brochure. My parents say, ¿Qué significa esa palabra? I point out that all the men in my family marry lighter-skinned women. That's the Chicano in me, which means it's the fancy college degrees in me, which is also diverse of me. Everything in me is diverse, even when I eat American foods like hamburgers, which, to clarify, are American when a white person eats them and diverse when my family eats them. So much of America can be understood like this. My parents were undocumented when they came to this country. And by undocumented, I mean sin papeles. And by sin papeles, I mean royally fucked, which should not be confused with the American dream, though the two are cousins. Colleges are not looking for undocumented diversity. My dad became a citizen, which should not be confused with keys to the house. We were safe from deportation, which should not be confused with walking the plank, though they're cousins. I call that sociology, but that's just the Chicano in me, who should not be confused with the diversity in me, or the Mexicano in me, who is constantly fighting with the upwardly mobile in me, who is good friends with the Mexican American in me, who the colleges love, but only on brochures, who the government calls non-white Hispanic or white Hispanic, who my parents call mijo, even when I don't come home so much. Cool. So that's one poem. Thank you for listening. This will be my second poem, and then I'll read one more. This poem is called Ars Poetica. If you are not familiar with the poetry tradition, and Ars Poetica is kind of like statement of purpose for poetry. So this is kind of like, I wrote this thinking about like why I write poetry. Ars Poetica. Migration is derived from the word migrate, which is a verb defined by Merriam-Webster as to move from one country, place, or locality to another. Plot twist: migration never ends. My parents moved from Jalisco, Mexico to Chicago in 1987. They were dislocated from Mexico by capitalism, and they arrived in Chicago just in time to be dislocated by capitalism. Question: is migration possible if there is no other land to arrive in? My work is to imagine. My family started migrating in 1987, and they never stopped. I was born mid-migration. I made my home in that motion. Let me try again. I tried to be American, but America is toxic. I tried to become Mexican, but Mexico is toxic. My work is to do more than reproduce the toxic stories I inherited and learned. In other words, just because it's art doesn't mean it's inherently nonviolent. My work is to write poems that make my people feel safe, seen, or otherwise loved. My work is to make my enemies feel afraid, angry, or otherwise ignored. My people are my people. My enemies, capitalism. Susan Sontag says, victims are interested in the representation of their own sufferings. Remix: survivors are interested in the representation of their own survival. My work, survival. Question: why poems? Answer. And you know, I see that we're at 9:40 New York City time where I am. So I think maybe I'll just read those two poems. But thank you for listening to my poems. I'll say part of why I wrote this second poem is because Mexican nationalism is something that is controversial both in the United States and in other parts of Latin America. Certainly Mexico experiences like a lot of pressure and colonialism from the United States. But in the United States, there are many more Mexican Americans than there are Salvadoran Americans or Guatemaltecos. And so that means that Mexicans have an oversized presence in American culture, right? And that leads to sometimes like Mexicans looking down on Central Americans, for example. And so I wanted to make clear that the answer to one toxic relationship, which is this American relationship, is not making a second toxic relationship that kind of looks down on other migrant people, right? So with that, I'll say thank you for listening. I hope my poems were useful, and I'm really happy that I was able to participate today.
Wow, thank you, Jose. Rafi, Jose, what can I say except respect? Thank you very much. really, for making this. We had no clue how this would work out. We had no idea as to, how we would bring in achievers such as yourselves. But more than anything else, I'm humbled. I'm humbled by listening to you, Rafi and Jose, and I'm grateful for your presence in this conversation and just broader part of humanity. Thank you, and keep serving and keep doing what you do best. Thank you very much. Namaste, as I would say in India. Thank you very much for joining us. All the very best to both of you. Yeah. To the organizers, Sada and team, back to you. Do we have anybody from GRFDT here?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Raj.
Dr. Soni. Dr. Jitendra Soni.
Yes, I'm here.
Now you can take over.
Can we start now for the panel session?
I have one small announcement. Okay. Professor Bhatt, you have to go to conference room 2. You will be chairing there. Yes, Dr. Soni.
Okay. Thank you, Rakesh. Very warm welcome to all of you in this first parallel session of this International E-Conference on Migration, Diasporas and Sustainable Development, Perspectives, Policies, Opportunities and Challenges. This is going to be organized between 2nd to 5th November 2020. This is a joint effort of GRFDT New Delhi, MFA, Philippines and CISAN, Mexico. This session will be chaired by Professor Margaret Walton Roberts, and a very warm welcome, ma'am. And I also extend my gratitude to you for chairing this session. And I welcome all the participants here, Dr. Neha Singh, Dr. Arpita Giri, Arushi and Simran.
Smita ma'am.
Shahab.
Dr. Smita. Hello.
Dr. Rakesh, can you move forward?
I think we'll start the session now. You take over.
Okay.
We'll see whenever Professor Bhatt join. We don't know. We are not able to connect him. There is technical problem actually. So we
what
can
about
start. You can
what about Professor Margaret? She's
whenever
here.
he'll come, then.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm happy to start if you would like me to do so.
Okay, I'm starting now. Hi.
Hi. Good.
I'm starting now.
You're starting.
Okay.
Okay.
Very warm welcome in this parallel session, first day 1 of International E-Conference on Migration, Diasporas and Sustainable Development, Perspectives, Policies, Opportunities and Challenges. This is a joint effort of GRFDT New Delhi, MFA, Manila, Philippines and CISAN, Mexico. Very warm welcome here to chair of this session, Professor Margaret Walton Robert. I also welcome all the presenters here who are going to present the research papers, Dr. Neha Singh, Dr. Arpita Giri, Arushi and Simran, Ms. Shabha Khan, Padshah Sarkar, Srinita Bhattacharya ji, Ayushi Rai, Anuja Tripathi, Radhika Mathrani Chakraborty. I also welcome reporter of this session, Wazda Tabassum, and room in charge, Dr. Rakesh Ranjan. Before handing out this session to chair, Professor Margaret Walton Robert, I will say a few words about her. Professor Margaret Walton Roberts is a professor in geography and environmental studies. Dr. Margaret Walton Robert is a human geographer trained in UK and Canada. She focuses on international migration. She is a professor at Wilfrid Laurier University and the Balsill School of International Affairs, Waterloo, Canada. Her research interests are in gender and migration, transnational networks, and immigrant settlement. Her current research focuses on gender and the international migration of healthcare professionals and international student migration. She has been awarded several external grants for her research and has published over 34 book chapters and more than 46 articles in reputed journals. And her latest co-edited book is A National Project, Canada's Syrian Refugee Resettlement Experience. A very warm welcome, Professor Margaret Walton-Robert. Board is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jatindra. It's very nice to see you, even though it's virtually. Thank you to the GRDF for organizing this. And I was really pleasantly surprised by, we have had a slight overrun in the panel before ours, but I was really surprised and quite, and very much enjoyed listening to the musical presentation of Rafi and the wonderful poems of Jose. So that's been a real pleasure for me on this Monday morning. So thank you so much for that. We have a full panel, and I would like to suggest that we go through our papers. I will try and contain each speaker to about 10 minutes. That way we can have some questions at the end. It might be somewhat tight. I hope everybody will bear with us. So with no further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Nihar Singh, who will be presenting on indentured migration and Bidasi folk songs recounting experiences of left behind women. Dr. Singh, are you here?
Yes, some network problem, I think. She's messaging, she will be coming up sometimes. She's trying to connect.
Okay, so she's not presently here.
Yes. We can go to next speaker.
Okay. So should I'll perhaps go to the next speaker and then you can let me know if Dr. Singh connects. Oh, is that Dr. Singh?
No. She will join. We can go to next speaker.
Go to the next speaker. Okay, so we'll move right along to Dr. Arpita Giri, an overview of contemporary trends and patterns of migration from Nepal to India, issues and challenges. Dr. Giri?
Hello.
Hello. Please, would you like to begin? Do you have any slides to share or anything? Dr. Giri?
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, I don't have any slides. So
Okay, so please, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. I will let you know when we're at about 10 minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good evening to everyone. The chair, Dr. Margaret, Professor Jitendra Soni. I'm here to present my paper on an overview of contemporary trends and patterns of migration from Nepal to India, issues and challenges. So I will understand these trends in the broader context of South to South migration. That is basically, if you look at the data, the number of international migration has grown. However, it has not just only grown, but has also diversified on the lines of origin and destination countries in terms of socioeconomic profile and the migrant, and also on the lines of gender. Despite this, the primary focus of migration researchers has been on the South to North migration. This predominance ignores the fact that majority of the migrant also migrate within the South. South to South migration is distinct from South to North as undertaken by poor, unskilled and semi-skilled young and vulnerable population. The main feature of South to South migration include less cost, less legal documentation, cultural affinity, mostly within the region, and carried out via land route. It is also in some cases illegal and irregular. If you look at the South Asian continent, intra-region mobility for work is an important livelihood strategy. Majority migrate legally via regular channel. However, illegal migration, undocumented migration, and trafficking are the major challenges. So now talking about India-Nepal migration corridor, there's a historical linkage between migration between India and Nepal, starting with the Gorkha in British Army and movement from hill areas of Nepal to northeastern part of India. This was the first set of organized flow of migration. Before that, also there were informal migration, like people from hill areas migrated to the northeastern states, the marriage migration, and migration for religious and pilgrimage for purposes. This migration continued even in the post-independence period with Treaty of Peace and Friendship. This treaty allowed free movement of people between both the countries. However, during this period, migrants from Nepal started diversifying with the demand in urban areas of India, like Delhi and Bombay. So if we look at the reason of migration from between India and Nepal, there are various factors like the neoclassical theories, that is push and pull framework, looked at it as a result of bad economy, lack of employment options, landlessness among Nepalese people. There are also pull factors like a belief that Nepali are good for security related jobs has created demand for Nepali workers in India. There were some political and socio-cultural reasons also, like political factors include the rule of British rule, which encouraged migration of Nepalese people from northeastern part to the India. There were some structural factors, internal factors responsible from Nepal, that is oppressive land and labor policies. Some looked at as a result of network theory, which explained migration between India and Nepal as a result of social and cultural institution developed over a period. So this is the characteristics of south to south migration, that not a single factor can explain migration within intra-region migration that is connected through land. So all these factors come together and drive migration between these two countries. Looking at the contemporary trends, if we see the data, that is Nepal census, in 1981, 93.1% of migrants were going to India. This has reduced to 37.5% by 2011. The shift in migration was due to growing interaction with wider world, the adoption of structural adjustment program, establishment of democratic government in the country has recognized migration as a development strategy, and it has worked on diversifying the destination. So, and also there were also global factors like demand for cheap labor, which drove migration from the country. Maoist movement was also a main factor which forced people to migrate to India. However, there's one specific trend that emerged during the 1990s is the diversification of migration from Nepal, that is mainly to Middle East and countries of Southeast Asian. So this migration was basically from Western Development region, and in terms of percentage, highest among migrants from Mid-Western region and Far Western region migrate to India. This region have little industrialization and have lowest human indices. Most migrants who come to India use remittances for daily consumption. There's an interesting trend during the 1990s that the number of women migrants started increasing. Before this, marriage was the reason for migration. However, with the demand of women labor especially in Middle East, the number of women migrant workers has increased. So if you look at the issues and challenges between India and Nepal, the most important factor is, and the most important issue is lack of data. Despite significance of India-Nepal corridor, it has... Hello?
Hello. Yeah, tell me. Rakesh. Rakesh.
Yes. Hello.
Rakesh, you want to say something?
Okay.
Arpita, please carry on.
Okay, thank you. So, the major challenge between India and Nepal migration issues to be covered is the lack of data. Census of data of both India and Nepal varies significantly, and there is a wide gap in number of women migrants. Under Nepal has developed a Nepal has enacted for Foreign Employment Act during the 1990s, but in that act, India is not listed among destination countries for migrants, and thus this migration is treated like internal migration that is facilitated by a peace and friendship treaty signed in 1950. So this issue has become critical in recent COVID crisis, where no support or backup was available for migrants to India. On the other hand, those who migrated to other countries had insurance and government was making arrangements for bringing them back. However, in case of India, Nepal, many migrant workers were stranded in the bordering area. And later the Supreme Court of Nepal intervened, and thereafter basic facilities were provided to migrants near border areas who were returning through land borders. The open border between India and Nepal has become contentious issue. Despite open access, border guards on both sides exploit poor migrants. Also, same has been misused for facilitating trafficking. India is used also as a transit country to traffic women to countries where women are not allowed to migrate from Nepal. So trafficking is become major issue. Again, there is a interlinkage between right to sex work and right to migrate and the prostitution. Many women in absence of job opportunities in Nepal migrate to work as a sex worker in Bombay or in Delhi. So, but they were counted under the victim of trafficking category, and this is not visible in the census data. The migration between India and Nepal does not figure in the dialogue between governments. It is largely ignored at political level. Many times irresponsible comments from the leader on both sides created unwanted situation for the migrants. In recent past comments of Nepal PM regarding British place of law drama resulted in attacks on Nepalese people living in India. Many times Nepalese migrants residing in India have to face racism. Nepalese men are normally identified with security related jobs, while women are identified with prostitution. The notion has been reinforced by films. That is, in recent Amazon Prime series Patal Lok, a girl from Northeast India was called Nepali Oud, which was characterized by, which was severely criticized by Nepalese community living in India. Even Indian football captain who is from Sikkim, India, was called Nepali in recent online chat in May 2020. Following the recent confrontation between India and Nepal, social media is filled with anti-Nepalese comments. So this is despite the fact that majority of them are working in informal sector in domestic work, restaurant, small-scale industry. There have been numerous instances of Nepalese workers being linked with crime just because of their nationality. Informalization of labor force is another factor. Like mostly Nepalese workers are working in the low-paid, unprotected segment of the economy. There were also women work as a domestic worker, as a sex worker. So in concluding part, I can say that cross-border migration between India and Nepal is a basic livelihood strategy for workers from Nepal, not just only from Nepal, but the data shows that migrants from bordering states of India are also migrating to Nepal, the urban centers like Kathmandu and Pokhara, to work in an informal sector of economy. So to protect them, both the countries should come forward and adopt a labor migration policy. During my field work for my PhD, I contacted some civil society organization. I've seen that they are working, they're extensively working for the protection of rights of migrant workers. However, their concern is not India. Their mainly focus is on Middle Eastern countries or Southeast Asian nations. So that should also be done. Civil society should work forward and force government to recognize Nepalese who are migrating to India as a migrant worker and should be enlisted in a Foreign Employment Act. And lastly, a human security approach towards migration of people should be adopted in both the countries. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Giri. You were right on time. And thank you for sharing your insights based on your PhD research, and especially the call for both the Nepali and the Indian government to sign on to labor migration policies that protect migrant workers. I think Neha Singh, I can see that she is on the call. Can I ask if Neha Singh would come on to do a presentation?
Yeah, actually there is a low bandwidth issue at my end, so I couldn't on my video. So may I can I present my presentation
Certainly, go ahead and present your presentation. We have 10 minutes, okay, and I will let you know when your 10 minutes is up.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor. So today I'm going to present my paper on indenture migration and Videsia folk songs, recounting experiences of left behind women. So the world is witnessing a more migratory population. Therefore, this 21st century is often known as the age of migration. And due to migration, many countries undergo various transformations and bring demographic changes. We always study migration from a socio-economic, cultural, and political perspective, but it is also important to study the psychological aspects of migration. So, my this paper intends to convey that folk songs constitute a reliable and rich primary source for the study of cultural, institutional, and social aspects of Indian village life. This paper has also documented the experiences and ethical values of the left behind women who suffered separation from their husbands. So they sang a song in the memory of those who were leaving them behind. So these songs encapsulate the whole picture of migration and captured the unheard voices, sentiments, emotions, pain, and trauma of the rural women, which they felt during the departure of their loved ones. So the meaning of the word diaspora has been stretched. The experiences of people were accommodated within the umbrella of diaspora. It mushroomed with time and led to a major radical shift in the perspective of diaspora. So, if we correlate this idea with indentured migration, it can be observed that the labor migrants also possess similar sort of feelings like of Jewish diaspora, that is, feeling of exile, longing to return to their homeland, assimilation into new places. So, these aspirations, longings, and memories of displaced people were given prominence in the exilic literature. But my point of argument is that this exilic literature has been developed from the perspective of people in the host countries. So we must analyze the experiences of exiled feelings from the perspective of people who were left behind in home countries. So the departure of their loved ones to foreign shores gave them a setback. This separation gave birth to the feeling of longing, loss, pain, fear of sexual transgression, and suppressed sexuality. They too carried the similar trait which displaced men possess, that is, the hope of returning to their loved ones. So, in this paper, I have tried to analyze the content and context of suffering, memory, and longing from female perspective by giving extension to the term exilic literature. When men were displaced, women reflected this exilic feeling of separation in the form of songs of longing and belonging. In the exilic literature, authors have always dramatized these experiences into stories and novels, but in case of Indian women, these exilic experiences have been dramatized in lyrical form, which is popularly known as Videsia songs. So the folk songs reflect the position of women in society. It also tells about the cultural ritualistic behavior of society. So in the case of Bhojpuri women, every woman who suffered pain of migration reflected her inner emotions, feelings, and her position in society through folk songs. They created her own social cultural history, which gives insights into their shattered life, which they suffered the repercussion of migration. They use this imposed exile not only as agency, but also as a medium to move out from the domesticity and take charge of every activity in the absence of a husband. They not only developed themselves as individual entities, but also liberated their thoughts and expressed their real self, which is somewhere deeply rooted in their psyche. So the content of these folk songs exhibits their life experiences, their relationship with society, and their views about the world, which is patriarchal in sense. For example, I'm just quoting one song. Oh beloved, it's been days since you have gone. When will you return? How long will I keep waiting for you like this? Counting days has made my fingers fade. My eyes run into tears in your memory. Wife is searching for her beloved from one forest to another. She met different forest dwellers and asked, have you seen my Videsi husband? So in this song, the wife is waiting for her husband, but there is no sign of return. She wanders from forest to forest and asks every single person whom she meets. She, in a song, puts a question while wandering, oh my beloved, I'm looking for you. How long will it take to return to home? This is the common situation of those women who were left behind and lived their life in the wilderness. This longing for a husband reflects her unstable heart, who finds no peace anywhere. So this situation evokes the image of reflective nostalgia, where she is longing for the lost husband. So these Videsiya folk songs reflect many aspects of culture with reference to women lives. So each song defines life of women in Bhojpuri region, where it is about the relationship of husband and wife or relationship with in-laws. Women have always been subordinated by patriarchal rule, initially by father, brother, then by husband. Men have always presented themselves as figure of authority who exercise power over women. So I'm quoting again one song here. A husband brought me after Gona, that is ritual after marriage, and he himself left for Bidesh, leaving me alone. Nor even he sends me letters, nor even he is there to listen to my pain. But my brother-in-law helps me to write down my pain, O Bidesya. In the plight of separation, feel my pain, O Bidesya. So in this song, the migrant wife reflects her pain and anguish. She is illiterate, but somehow she manages to convey her feeling to her husband through a letter. But her mother-in-law refrains her to do and perforated her letter. She feels pity on herself and thinks how her life will be if her husband will not come back. So these migration songs always work as a social agency. It is a painful experience. So the notion of longing, belonging, and the concept of loyalty has always arisen. Women who were suffering by staying back often tried to bridge reality with the imaginary. So, in the process of bridging the gap, migration songs are highly creative and composition of human imagination, and gradually it becomes an agency in creating social space. These songs played a significant role in bridging the social change. This singing provided women a platform for social, cultural, and emotional self presentation. These women express their experiences in lyrical form. Various shades of emotions can be seen each different songs, and the main question of survival is hinted at. So the exilic feeling and its repercussion have been best transformed into meaningful messages through songs. So the emotional content of migration songs is always often associated with the pain of separation, nostalgia, and longing for a lost world, for husbands who were like everything to these left behind women. So these performances exhibited the social condition of women and how they created agencies using these songs. So this exilic life provided them with agency to go on a journey of self discovery. So when we see in rural North Indian society, men are generally absent when women are like singing these songs. So the spaces are highly segregated and gendered. Women in these songs fantasize a space in which she can reflect the pain of her husband's migration. Their husbands are not present with them. In absence of dialogic space, women sing Videsia folk songs, and these folk songs provide them this space where women can question their husband and confront them. So during the content analysis of these Videsia songs, it was found that women hold multiple images and their articulations unravel the layers of different emotions that has always been ignored when we study different aspects of migration. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for that presentation in detailing, indeed, the very rich primary source of data that we have through the Bidesi folk songs and the gendered spaces that are generated through the use of song. Thank you so much for that.
Thank
So
you.
we'll turn to our next presenter. We have, do we have Miss Arushi Massey and Miss Simran Massey presenting on climate, poverty, refugees and forced migration?
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Professor Roberts. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're very audible.
Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you so much for having us here today. It's a privilege to be here today to talk to you about, well, our approach on climate poverty, which we're going to make the centerpiece of this presentation. To jump right in, I want to briefly highlight for you our approach to this. We are essentially trying to break this down using an interdisciplinary framework. While also factoring in, which essentially means that we've been considering solutions from macroeconomic theory, market theory and institutional design, which includes legal innovation and other multilateral organizations in thinking about what exactly or precisely is the challenge of living in the human Anthropocene. Since most of the conversations in terms of our ability to handle systemic shocks created by climate change come down to the question of inequality and adaptive capacity, what we are going to be doing is walking you through our framework, which essentially envisages combining political theory and macroeconomic theory, a sort of welfare state. We try to imagine what the welfare state would look like if it is to consider climate shocks as part of the blueprint. So we have a case study, which is primarily India. We know that climate poverty is set to affect global South economies, mostly in Southeast Asia, a lot harder within the global system. So it is practical, for practical purposes, we choose India as our case study. And then we go on to talking about how some of the more global innovations at the level of institutional designs could look at. And yes, that would be, we also recommend market approaches for that. Without further ado, I would like to introduce my co-author for this paper. She is an economic policy researcher and is going to walk you through the case study primarily. She's going to set it up for you, talking about our method, and then hopefully we are able to share some of our findings from her, from the data that she did as part of her thesis. So Simran, off to you.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I'll start with the economics of climate change. Just a sec. Yes, since the dawn of time, so there, has been a correlation between armed conflict and environmental degradation, and looking at data, climate change was hard to quantify because there was a lot of factors which contributed, and you can't really separate the environment and climate, and you have to look at weather shocks as well. And particularly the case study that we looked at in India was about farmers' suicides that motivated me to look at the impact of climate change on climate refugees, because I did my thesis, my master's thesis on street vendors, and I was particularly infatuated by looking at the informal workforce. So this was data taken, adapted from the ND gain matrix. And I particularly wanted to look at the developing countries which had high correlation with armed conflict and climate change. So India was there along with countries like Pakistan, Somalia, Syria, and Yemen. And as you can see in this, I was particularly interested in the first quadrant, where the vulnerability as well as the readiness to adapt to climate change, vulnerability was quite high, risk was high, and the readiness was the lowest. So this just it postulates that countries enduring conflict are less able to cope with climate change because of reasons which seem obvious, but there are underlying conditions like violence and other factors. And these countries, and India was there along, it was in the upper quadrant. Our rank was 122. So this motivated me to look at all the global South in particular. As we can, so the paper talks about, as my co-author told you about the big tech and the digital era, it talks about science in the age of social media and how it's a curious case. It is not it's still a scientific to cultural fact, and it has not translated into a political fact. And it's been, it's quite the opposite effect, where our debates are have become flashpoints for deeper cultural conflicts in particular. This is the case study that I was talking about, and a lot of our speakers in this panel have spoken about the informal labor force. So where do we stand in 2020? The pandemic has affected the informal labor force in India and other countries the most. And here we talk about farmers in particular, or agricultural laborers, as one might call them. And as we all know that it's not just climate change, there are factors like low levels of income. So everything, including other income and wealth factors, the poverty fault line, so to speak, impacts them. And this is a global report on internal displacement, where they have, again, India was there, Cuba was there, Philippines was there, and like, with the highest number of new displacements due to climate-induced migration. So this is about the agriculture sector in India, which is on an unsustainable trajectory, and our crop production indexes and like the livestock, like it's interesting to note how like the agricultural productivity is one of the lowest when you compare it to countries like China and South Africa, and like, but the value added share of GDP in percentage is amongst the highest, like even like twice the like Chinese economy. So I guess it's mostly about effective time management and like money with resources, because we have huge spending needs, but we have scarcity of resources, a typical economic problem, the trade-off that we, so to speak. And just a sole focus on domestic policies would not insulate developing nations from the consequences of climate change. It has to be a global cooperation, and like this conference has organizations from 4 countries, and then I just feel that like a sole focus on domestic policies, climate change is a global fight and not a domestic one. So the case study gave us a trilemma, so to speak, between the environment, equity, and economics, where we need to avoid the competitive disadvantage through commitments and not just voluntary contributions, but coupled with development imperatives. We also looked at a broader framework where the IMF spoke about, monetary and fiscal policies. And as I said, it impacts the informal labor force the most. So the labor market policies in all these developing countries need to be taken into account. So we need to enhance ability to smooth the impact of the shocks, policy buffers, exchange rate flexibility, like coming to the monetary aspect of it, well-targeted social safety nets, and financial sector policies. Along with infrastructure investment. My co-author would talk about the legal and like the strong institutional framework. Over to you, Arushi.
Thanks a lot for that. So as you can see in the diagram itself, even if you go about the task of identifying fault lines at an industry level within national economies, what is super interesting is that they all churn out the same kind of model in terms of how are you to handle this. The role of technology cannot be underrated or undercut in this, especially to accomplish anything that states have planned at scale. This is precisely why a Keynesian model is so attractive, but Keynesian models are quite unprecedented in our age, at least. In the 21st century, it would require a mobilization at a scale that we haven't seen before, which is why the trilingual connection between economics, equity, and infrastructure is kind of where it's at when we're talking about building adaptive strategies, which is something which is the lowest sort of stake, a lowest hanging fruit in terms of trying to gain political momentum. Most countries would agree, since they view them as domestic threats right now, that adaptive strategies need to be adopted, even if they are not thinking about structural policy to build resilience to the shocks necessarily yet. And we know this from the American example with the bushfires. The paradox with climate change is the difficulty rather in isolating one certain particular event. So for example, if you would see the California bushfires again, you would have to make a very hard political case for it being for causation, essentially. And causality, as you know, as economists or policymakers would tell you, is especially hard to establish. But what it does give us is some hope for in an often thrown word around in our time, at least again in the American context, this idea of a Green New Deal. But what we're essentially talking about is a massive overhaul in adaptive strategies, which does have infrastructural building built into it. But this is where a market approach is sort of useful. Sorry, are you trying to ask a question?
No, I don't think they're asking a question. I think they're just not muted. Would you mind wrapping up? We're at about 10 minutes now. Thank you.
You're muted. Unmute yourself. Hello.
Yes, we are almost, we are done with the presentation. It was the last part, the Green New Deal that my co-author spoke about, that we need a fiscal as well as a monetary approach to tackle climate change. And it requires, climate investments from all the nations, developed as well as developing. It has to be a common shared responsibility burden. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation and fascinating arguments about the new Keynesian models that are certainly making the news for many countries facing COVID, but also many say COVID is just a dry run for what's going to happen with climate change. And we should continue consideration here in terms of thinking about climate-induced migration and displacement in South Asia. And we will turn to Ms. Sabah Khan. Ms. Sabah Khan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'll be presenting on climate-induced migration and displacement in South Asia. So I'll begin with a brief introduction to climate-induced migration and carry on to a glimpse of examples and cases from South Asia, and then go on to discuss about how South Asian states have actually approached climate migration. So to begin with, climate change is a reality today rather than a future fear. And it is having devastating impacts on people's livelihoods and food security. And this global challenge is even more worse for places such as Kiribati and Maldives, who will inevitably face serious climate change damages. And these consequences are so severe that it will that it is increasingly contributing to migration, and this incidence will only escalate with in the coming years. And the IPCC 1990, in fact, noted that the greatest single impact of climate change is going to be on human migration, with millions of people displaced by shoreline erosion, coastal flooding, and agricultural disruption. And if you look at the statistics, at the end of 2019, around 5.1 million people in 95 countries and territories were living in displacement as a result of disasters. So, and while there is abundant evidence of link between climate change and migration, there are as yet no official definition of climate-induced migration or displacement, neither at the national level in South Asian countries, nor at the international level, which itself poses a serious challenge. So when we talk about climate-induced migration, there are different terms used, such as climate-induced migration, climate displaced, or climate refugees, and each one carries with it a different connotation. And as already mentioned, there is no universally established categorization. So in simple terms, if we are to define, we can say that climate change refugees are those who are forced to move due to effects of climate change. But environmentally induced migration can be differentiated on the basis of choice in the moves. So environmentally motivated migrants are those who choose to move, and in their choice, environmental factors have a role. Environmentally forced migrants are in situations where environmental change is destroyed or is likely to destroy their livelihood, and they have no choice in having to move, but some choice in terms of the timing of the move. Then environmental refugees, on the other hand, would have no choice about either moving or the time of the move. So one of the key distinctions that needs to be made when we're considering the relationship between environmental change and migration is that between mobility as a strategy for adapting and as a displacement when environmental deterioration becomes so extreme that people are forced to leave an area. In fact, it is often assumed that environmentally induced movement is displacement. But however, the aspect of timing plays a crucial role here. And migrating prior to change in the environmental condition would that will make it impossible to remain in a place. Could be considered adaptation, whereas migrating when all viable options have been used up and it is not possible to remain in a place is displacement. So, and here again, the two kinds of displacement patterns can be distinguished between slow and rapid climate displacement. So rapid onset climate displacement is when people are displaced due to natural disasters such as hurricanes, cyclones, and so on. While the slow onset displacement involves steadily worsening people's livelihood to the position where they cannot endure an adequate standard of living in their lands of origin due to factors such as drought, soil erosion, and sea level rise. So, another distinction that can be made between these two types is that migration following the sudden onset events often seem to be large scale, temporary, and is easy to track, while the slow onset events displaced migrants usually move to their new habitat in small groups, and the cause of their displacement is again difficult to be tracked. So, and coming to South Asia, when we talk about South Asia, nearly half of the region's population lives in areas that are projected to become moderate to severe climate hotspots. And it is regarded as one of the global climate hotspots because the extreme weather events and along with floods and cyclones are all creating a growing number of climate vulnerable areas in this region. And South Asia, in fact, have witnessed large-scale displacement in phase, to give some examples of phase displacement in phase of disasters such as Cyclone Ella in 2009, which displaced about 2.3 million people in India. Then the floods in Ganges Basin that entirely shattered the state of Uttarakhand in India. And in August 2018, Kerala experienced floods which killed over 400 people and displaced 1 million more. Then again in May 2020, this year, Cyclone Amphan caused several people to evacuate, causing large-scale problems. So according to the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, about 3.6 million Indians were displaced annually between 2008 and 2018, and most as a result of flooding. So while most of the existing policies in India address displacement from rapid onset disasters such as monsoons and cyclones under disaster reduction and rehabilitation policies, displacement due to slow onset disasters such as coastal erosion has yet to find a place at the policy level. Then again, the problem of climate-induced migration is complicated, as often it is not even seen as a concern, and it becomes difficult to get recognized as climate refugees to begin with. And here I can take the example of the case from Nepal. The Dhai village residents of Upper Mushtang in Nepal had been experiencing desertification, drought, and water scarcity. And they approached the local government for assistance for many years without much success. And eventually they realized that the environment is going to get worse with the passage of time, and the whole settlement is gradually going to collapse. So the Thai residents unanimously decided to leave their habitats and settle in Thangchung, thus becoming climate refugees. However, they are yet to prove that they are climate refugees and get entitled to land rights. Similarly, in Assam, Majuli is a river island located in midst of Brahmaputra River, and is recognized as one of the largest river islands in the world. And climate change has severely impacted the livelihood of people inhabiting Majuli. It experiences frequent floods, which induce erosion and siltation. The people of Majuli have opted for seasonal migration, which acts as a safety valve to the imminent hydro hazards-induced livelihood crisis. Similarly, in Bangladesh, Bangladesh is exceptionally vulnerable to climate change. About 28% of the population of Bangladesh lives on the coast, where the primary driver of displacement is tidal flooding caused by sea level rise. And it is projected that by 2050, Bangladesh may lose approximately 11% of its land, affecting an estimated 15 million people living in its coastal region. So as a result of climate change, internal migration is very much evident in Bangladesh as a coping mechanism. So there is an increasing migration which can be witnessed from rural areas to urban centers such as Dhaka. And about 70% of the slum dwellers in Dhaka move there after experiencing some kind of environmental hardship. So the poverty levels coupled with high incidence of extreme weather patterns make South Asia among the most vulnerable to climate change. And climate change only exacerbates the existing inequalities that are there in the South Asian nations. For instance, people who are forced to migrate are usually already vulnerable, as for instance, women, children, the elderly. And we have seen that some studies have pointed out how migration in South Asia is highly gendered. For instance, there is more out migration of males from Nepal and Bangladesh. And in many cases, these male family members have been unable or are unwilling to send money back home to their households, leaving women exposed to vulnerability and abuse. So coming to the next section, that is about climate-induced migration and legal protection in South Asia. So when we talk about legal protection in reference to climate refugees, at the international level, a formal recognition of climate-induced migration and displacement has long been lacking. And there are certain initiatives such as the Knudsen Initiative 2012 and Warsaw International Mechanism 2013, which aims to address the challenges emerging from climate change. Then there is Cancun Adaptation Framework, and among the 22 COPs which have taken place today, it is the only one which addressed climate migration displacement, but again, it is in its preliminary stages. So when we talk about South Asia, there is no existing legal framework for climate refugees, although South Asian nations have developed their adaptation plans at the national level. For instance, Afghanistan has a National Environment Protection Agency focusing on sustainable management in country's environment. And Bangladesh adopted National Adaptation Plan 2005 to address climate-induced migration.
If you wouldn't mind, if you could just wrap up.
Yeah. Okay, so to conclude, I can say that climate-induced migration in South Asia is not only internal, it is also cross-border, and primarily because of the porous borders. And so that what we need is a comprehensive approach by the South Asian nations towards this climate-induced migration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Sabah Khan. And we'll move on now to continue considering mobility as a strategy of adaptation to climate change. Mr. Badshah Sarkar will present on drought and seasonal migration in rural India, a comparative study among different income and social groups with a cross-sectional nationally representative database. Thank you.
So, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I am Badshah Sarkar. So currently I am doing my PhD at Paddy School of Advanced Studies, New Delhi, and the topic I will be presenting today is about drought and seasonal migration in rural India, a comparative study among different income and social groups with the cross-sectional nationally representative dataset. So several agencies, international organizations have given their reports where they have given alarming rates for climate-induced disasters in India, like IPCC, UNEP, etc. And as a large section of Indian population is still dependent on agriculture or such kind of primary activities which are more or less directly dependent on climatic variabilities. So this makes a larger section of our country very much vulnerable to this climate changes. And also a large section of the Indian farmers can also perceive that there is substantial changes in the climatic patterns and which is also supported with objective climatic data. And the various kinds of natural hazards through which this climate change is going to impact India are like drought, flood, etc. And the organizations like World Bank have recognized India to be one of the most hotspots for drought kind of a disaster. So there have been various studies which have tried to associate the relationship between drought and migration in India, like the study of Dalman and Milok with the help of census 91 and 2001 has said that in the year 2001 alone, India had about 2 million extra internal migrants just because of drought. And uh, uh, with the help of the data collected by ICRISAT in 2013-14, Pradhan and Narayanan has also said that 60% more the drought has a probability of describing 60% more migration behavior in India, controlling other factors of migration. Likewise, the studies of Kumar and Viswanathan and other have also tried to associate the relation between drought and migration in India. So other than this association, several studies have also tried to show that this association is not homogeneous. Certain specific sections of people are much more prone to respond through migration during drought rather than others. Like this study of Devnath and Nayak in the Bankura district of West Bengal have shown the significant differences of migrant and non-migrants during the incidences of a drought. And likewise, the studies in Odisha by Julie Chod Panda, or the studies of Sundari in Tamil Nadu, or the study of Koda in Telangana, or the study of Shah in Gujarat, all they have tried to show the selective nature of this migration during the incidences of a drought. So with this background in mind, the objective of my paper is to try to quantify the varied migration behavior in the instances of drought among the different income and social groups at national level in rural India, as the studies I have just shown you have in their very limited sample size have been able to show yes, there is an association of a certain section of people with drought, but there is a lack of a study at national level which can quantify this relationship. The data sources I have used for this study is of NSSO 64th round, which was collected in between 2007-8, and it is the latest available data on temporary migration from any governmental sources in India. So they have collected data from all the 35 states and union territories which existed at that time in India, and they have collected data from about 80,000 rural areas and about 46,000 urban blocks. And from each rural area and from each urban block, they have collected about 10 sample households, and their total individual sample size is about 572,000 persons. And from this 572,000 individual sample size, I have derived the sample size for my own study as the people who are basically of rural stay in the rural sector and also of the age group between 15 and 64 years. This is the criteria I have set for the selection of my sample size for this particular study, and the total sample size is about 235,000. And I have classified this to 35,000 sample size into 3 equal income groups of lower income group, middle income group, and upper income group, and again into 4 social groups of others, OBCs, SCs, and STs. So the main dependent variable for this study is the seasonal migration. So the NS also defines a person as seasonal migrant when the person has stayed out of their place of residence for at least 1 month or for a maximum of 6 months continuously for a purpose of employment or in search of employment, then the NS also classifies that person as a migrant. And the key explanatory variable here is drought. So for the data of drought, I have used the IMD gridded rainfall binary file and extracted the data with the help of GRADS and QGIS. So for the definition of drought, districts which have experienced an annual rainfall negatively deviated by an amount of 40% or more than the normal rainfall for at least 1 year in the preceding 5 years before the NSOSO survey, that district was classified as drought for this study. And in case of if the district has an positive deviation in terms of rainfall in those preceding 5 years, then I have classified that district as a flood affected district. So other than this key explanatory variable of drought, I have also used several other covariates, as other studies on migration have indicated that not only the environmental factors, but other factors like demographic, economic, social, geographical, they have also very huge influence on migration. So the demographic variables I have controlled for my model are sex, age, household size, and whether the household has at least one non-resident member. For the
but Shah, sorry, would you mind wrapping up, taking a minute to wrap up?
Okay. So the model I have used is binary logistic regression model, and these are the results of my model. So here you can see here are 3 income groups: lower income group, middle income group, and higher income group, and 4 social groups: others, OBCs, SCs, and STs. For the people belonging to a lower income group, they are more probable to migrate in case of a drought compared to a higher income group. And likewise, the people of the marginal sections of the society like OBCs, SCs, and STs, they are also much more probable to drought, much more probable to migrate during the incidence of a drought compared to their better off sections. So the main finding of this study is the association between drought and temporary migration is very strong among the socio-economically marginalized section compared to their better off parts. Now, how this association can be interpreted, maybe that limited in situ livelihood options or multi-sited livelihood strategy may be more common among the socioeconomically marginalized sections, but we should be cautious when interpreting whether this migration is a failure of adaptation or an adaptation itself. But this study largely recommends that the policies designed for creating migration-related interventions or drought management strategies should be made sensitive to the socioeconomically marginalized sections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Badshah. That was really fascinating. And certainly, I'm sure everybody is hoping that there will be some more up-to-date data. That NSSO survey from 2007-8 has certainly been useful, but we could do with some updated data, of course. We continue thinking about issues of refuge, and in some ways that is also a form of adaptation to situations of livelihood constraint. We'll move on to Ms. Shrita Bhattaji and her presentation on In Search of a Refuge, Internal Migrants and Neoliberal Responses. Shrita, if you can unmute. There we go. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may want to sit a little closer to your laptop.
Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My paper is entitled In Search of a Refuge, Internal Migrants and Neoliberal Responses. This study is still in progress, hence I'm anticipating some really insightful comments to further enrich the conceptualization. My study aims at charting the vulnerabilities of one section of domestic migrants in India during the ongoing pandemic and simultaneously unearth how neoliberal nation-state policies have further exacerbated their vulnerabilities. A quest for refuge or shelter is usually conceptualized as a cross-border phenomenon and as defined by UNHCR ensues from being victims of war, conflict, violence, and a fear of potential persecution. However, I assert that such challenging complexities of seeking shelter from inflicted calamities could also occur within the perimeters of the home nation state. The recent instances of India's internal migrant labor forced to become homeless despite being citizens is a piece of glaring evidence. The ongoing pandemic has foregrounded the plights of these migrants, a phenomenon that had long gone unnoticed and unaddressed. In the neoliberal world order, internal migration is often imperative and involuntary. It represents an aspiration to survive, rework the material conditions of existence, and respin the threads of belonging in new contexts. The migration from rural to urban centers features this aspiration. But the ideology of neoliberalism articulates in such a way that an individual geopolitically ejected from home for livelihood, made to move, is turned into one seeking refuge. They left their homes to build homes for the elites in the cities and lost access to their own in the process. This nationalistic barbarism that denies refuge, means of subsistence, and healthcare to these disenfranchised migrant citizens echo nationalist rhetoric of facilitating conditions for profitable capital accumulation that serves the state's national or elitist interest. The internally displaced persons or IDPs, according to UN Guiding Principles on Internal Displacement, are, and I quote, persons or groups of persons who have been forced or obliged to flee or to leave their homes or places of habitual residence, in particular as a result of or in order to avoid the effects of armed conflict, situations of generalized violence, violations of human rights, or natural or human-made disasters, and who have not crossed an internationally recognized state border, unquote. The IDPs, in terms of this categorization, are victims of forced migration. Either natural calamities or human-induced atrocities have compelled them to leave their homes and move elsewhere, but without transgressing the political boundaries of their country of origin. The crisis in this case includes estrangement from families, loss of documents, restrictions on freedom of mobility, loss of home and property, and all risk of displacement. The internally displaced persons are meted out with these adversities within the perimeters of their own homeland. The IDPs are in search of a refuge. Nevertheless, they are seeking it within their country of birth as citizens. They are not stripped of their nationalities or citizenships. The principles at the very outset state that the IDPs, just like any other citizen of the country, are entitled to enjoy all the rights and freedom under the national and international laws without any kind of discrimination or prejudice owing to displacement. The reality, however, is far from true. The pandemic and lockdown series have exposed the actual predicaments of the internally displaced migrant labor population in India. Regardless of the statutory principles, the scenario displayed their violent expulsion from urban locales. The migrant workers opting for arduous journeys on foot along the length and breadth of the country for a safe harbor. The fundamental human rights, as well as the constitutional right, the right to shelter guaranteed for every Indian citizen, was seamlessly flouted in this case. I probe the gross humanitarian negligence that led to such disastrous encounters when already disenfranchised section of the Indian population was embroiled into an intense precarious position. Here I'm referring to the low-paid internally displaced migrants who do not enjoy the luxury of working from home, neither do they have savings in bank accounts for emergency sustenance. They earn a meager wage on a daily basis. Hence, when the lockdown shut their workplaces, they not only went out of work but were also denied the basic amenities for survival. The IDPs who form the subject of the study are not just casualties of COVID, but also of the sheer negligence of the neoliberal nation-state policies, the latter having dire repercussions on their vulnerable subjectivities. According to the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, IDMC Global Report on Internal Displacement in South Asia, published in 2018, India ranks first in the list of South Asian countries where significant displacements have occurred due to disasters. COVID-19 is a disaster indeed, whether natural or human-induced, that is gravely contentious and not really the topic of concern in this context. Although accurate data on the COVID-induced population displacement is not available as yet, it could safely be assumed that the numbers are soaring still. In fact, and quite ironically, the migrant labor population who were ousted from the cities during lockdown were once pulled by the supposed economic opportunities illuminating these urban horizons. Urban development, camouflaged by the more proficient descriptor modernization project, have been the chief reason of migrant labor displacement in India. Undoubtedly, these urban development projects pave the way for alleviating poverty by generating jobs and income programs, but these enterprises often aggravate the economic and social vulnerabilities of the evicted. This is exactly what happened during the lockdown. These workers chiefly contribute to the growth and development of urban India so that the tag of globalization could be neatly glued to these cities, thereby attracting foreign investments. Unfortunately, when a crisis occurred, the scheming business ventures that had once lured them with work provisions simply disappeared. The workers were disposed at the apex of an ongoing calamity. The ruthless expulsion of migrant workers from the modern urban spheres highlights the stark inequalities inherent in the modernization process, ensuing what David Harvey terms uneven geographical development. Social inequalities and dislocations amplify, making the workers' presence undesirable and redundant after wringing out their labor. I contend that while these scientifically proven measures instrumented by the nation state deserve our appreciation, its complete ignorance towards the impact of such sudden implementations without adequate alternative reinforcements in a country where more than half of the population are deprived of a proper shelter essentially highlights the neoliberal tangents at play. The workers who are crucial to the neoliberal project are also the worst sufferers of neoliberalism. The Prime Minister, while addressing the nation on 24th March 2020, congratulated the Indian citizens for respecting the curfew policy and ardently persuaded everyone to restrict their mobilities within their private spaces of home. He emphasized that the only way to contain the virus and thereby break the chain of infection is by practicing social distancing, which would ensue only from staying at home. Through our united efforts, the viral infection could be stopped, he said. The citizens of this country are in this raging crisis together, and it is their collective efforts as executing the 21 days lockdown seem to be the only way out initially. The head of the nation state seemed to have invoked an Heroian policy of being united despite our underlying differences in our struggle against the viral enemy. To further simplify the importance of imposition of the lockdown, he even translated corona as a metaphor for abstaining from hitting the streets or any public places. But unfortunately, even the urgent rhetorical manipulations such as a corona or a koi road pe na nikle, which is no one should go out on the road, and drawing a Lakshman Rekha at your doorstep could not uniformly implement a ban on human mobility. Within a few days of this imposition, the country witnessed a humongous fraction of Indian citizens out on the roads. They could not follow the nation state instructions and stay within their homes even if they wanted to. They were unable to draw Lakshman Rekhas on the threshold of their homes because they were not in a possession of a private space called home. The stay at home and social distancing policies glitched at the onset. The essential items required for survival, for instance, food and medicines, were indeed made available, but only for the elite population group who could afford the same. The importance of lockdown and stay at home policy implemented by the Indian nation state in the wake of the viral invasion cannot be refuted. However, numerous migrant workers were plagued by these knee-jerk executions, and the seemingly protective measures hence remained ineffective in their case. For these migrants who largely labor in the popularly known informal sectors of the employment hierarchy and reside in squalid tenements, the concept of social distancing remains an incomprehensible myth. There is an urgent need to understand the logistic constraints of the neoliberal policies which flouted the fundamental human rights in this context: right to shelter, food, social entitlements, and access to basic health care. My project therefore aspires to elicit an ethical and empathic response for the destitute migrants while advocating the idea of an inclusive integration with more realistic representation. There is a perceived unevenness percolating through the responses of nation-state capacity in dealing with this crisis. COVID has affected the entire population of our country, infected and uninfected, by influencing our social norms, our economy, and our country's role as a world leader. Using the pandemic crisis as a critical lens, I unfurled that a certain section of the national population is in a compromising condition, which essentially questions human dignity and individual rights. My research documents human rights abuses and violations affronted by these migrants and thereby explore avenues that would be strongly suggestive of policy measures for ameliorating this humanitarian crisis. Nested in debates of anthropology, philosophy, and social theory, this essay foregrounds the neoliberal responses, the success and failures of socioeconomic political institutions in fighting the pandemic, and thereby turn our attention towards the role played by the catastrophe in re-establishing the connotation of the term human in the globalized era. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shrita. Thank you for finishing on time. I would like to continue with our next presentation, which will hopefully take up some of these themes because it focuses on climate mobilities, why we need a gender perspective. Ms. Arushi Rai.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ayushi, and this presentation is based on a paper I wrote as a part of my literature review. The title of my presentation is Climate Mobilities and Why We Need a Gender Perspective. Humans have always been on the move, and climate has always played an important role in human settlement and mobility patterns. However, it is for the first time that human-induced global climate change is beginning to cause population movements at an unprecedented scale. According to IPCC, the greatest single impact of climate change could be on human migration. Frequent storms, irregular rainfalls, floods, and more intense and prolonged droughts have started to exacerbate people's existing vulnerabilities and also increase the likelihood of being forced to move. According to Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, 17.2 million people in 2018 and 7 million in the first half of 2019 were displaced across the world as a result of natural hazards. For instance, Cyclone Fani in 2019 drove 3.4 million people away in Bangladesh and India. By 2050, climate change in just 3 regions of South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Latin America could force more than 143 million people to forcefully shift to newer places. These 3 regions are also home to some of the most poorest and vulnerable people in the world. The reason why this study is important in the Indian context is due to India's geoclimatic conditions and socioeconomic vulnerabilities, which makes India as one of the 10 worst disaster-prone countries in the world. India is also witnessing a rise in average temperature, a decrease in monsoon precipitation, and an increase in the intensity of severe cyclones. Human activities have dramatically influenced the regional climate of India. For instance, the average temperature has risen by 0.7 degrees Celsius during 1901 and 2018, largely as a result of anthropogenic induced warming. It has also resulted in the displacement of an average of 3.6 million people between 2018 and 19, primarily because of flooding. With over 5 million newly displaced people, India alone accounted for over 20% of all internal displacement due to disasters in the year 2019. However, despite this, India's response to climate-induced mobility has been inadequate. There are diverse kinds of mobility in the context of climate change, mainly because a single climatic event can evoke different reactions among those exposed. Human mobility is vast and it varies in terms of its categorizations, the factors responsible for human mobility, as well as the outcomes of human mobility. Human mobility is an umbrella term that includes migration, planned relocation, displacement, immobility, and trapped. McAdams says that there is a very thin line between movement that is voluntary and forced, which is often very blurred, and people's decision always involve a delicate mix of both voluntary and involuntary elements in it. Even Richards and Bradshaw says that even those who decide to move under such circumstances are moving involuntarily. Some of the major forms of climate mobilities are, first is migration. It happens due to long-term changes in the place of residence of the people and happens as a result of slow onset climate change effects, for instance, droughts and sea level rise. It usually takes place gradually and slowly over a period of time. Displacement happens, displacement forces people and coerce people to flee from their places of residence due to environmental changes or hazards. It usually involves immediate movement of the people. Planned relocation often happens with the assistance of government and state agencies or civil societies, which permanently moves people away from the environmental risk. Stays are divided into two. The first is the immobility. People who might have resources to move, but they choose to stay despite their place of residence being affected due to climate change. Trapped are the people who are willing to move, but they lack the resources to move. Mobility in the context of climate change can be both an adaptation strategy, as it saves lives, enhances resilience, and reduces risk. And it could also be a failure to adapt, making people vulnerable by exposing them to risk. Hence, it is important to move beyond a linear understanding of mobility as an adaptation strategy. For instance, in Africa, population in rural areas have adopted migration as a strategy to cope with recurring droughts. In Kolar district of the Indian state of Karnataka, water scarcity is also resulting in low agricultural returns and resulting in male out-migration. People who do migrate to cope with the impacts of climate change also face additional issues. For instance, migration also leads to increased conflicts due to resource competition. It also, in the Indian state of Karnataka, tracking rural-urban migration suggested that the people migrating on the one hand did that to escape the drought in their villages, but they were also forced to live on the front line of events such as localized flooding in the cities that they migrate to. According to the International Organization for Migration, environmental migration is a gendered process, and it varies in terms of vulnerabilities, experiences, and needs. In the aftermath of a storm in Bangladesh, poor men migrated more in search of work, while a majority of women remained behind to look after their children and family. Chandrika also argues that climate-induced mobility is gendered and is a socially embedded process. Women in the aftermath of disaster face a double whammy of providing and caring for their families, and at the same time find a haven from disasters and uprooting. Women also experience gender-specific situations and circumstances, both when they are forced to migrate and when they stay back. In situations where women also participate in migration, they face issues like gender-based violence, loss of livelihood, and increased harassment. Due to socially embedded gender discriminatory practices in most of the developing countries, women are generally not as educated as men, which becomes difficult for them to find formal employment after being forced to migrate. Young women from rural areas moving to cities are also increasingly vulnerable to abuse and trafficking. In situations where climate change coerces people to move, women, particularly poor and marginalized, are likely to remain trapped in their homes. Women who stay back also have limited mobility due to existing cultural restrictions and taboos. Cultural and social constraints on women's mobility make them more susceptible to the impacts of climate change. Given the uncertain nature of migrant worker, the workload of women who are left behind also multiplies, as the remittances that they receive from their husbands is often sporadic and variable. Both climate change as well as mobility in the context of climate change is extremely complex. Climate-induced migration is a multi-causal and multi-dimensional phenomena. It is nested within the larger sets of interconnected cultural, economic, environmental, and political processes. For instance, even voluntary migration of women as a result of climate change is strongly linked with the social context. In the aftermath of Hurricane Bonnie in the US, women were more willing to evacuate than men, whereas in contrast, in developing countries, women's mobility is highly restricted, which means women do not evacuate and die due to natural disaster, which was the case in Bangladesh in the aftermath of 1991 cyclone. Therefore, there's a need to conceptualize climate change as an additional driver of migration, which will add on to an array of existing drivers. At its very heart, the issues of climate change and migrations are about uneven mobilities. Differential mobility empowerments reflect structures and hierarchies of power and positions by race, gender, and class. Therefore, much like climate change, mobilities are also influenced by social stratification, meaning that they are never really free. Scheller terms this as mobility justice. In this paradigm, mobility is not just about broader macro level movements, but also smaller micro mobilities at the bodily scale, which are again influenced by race, class, and gender practices. Everyday mobility in the context of climate change becomes dangerous, given that women's everyday mobility involves close contact with the environment. They are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. According to Creswell and Otang, mobilities enable disabled modify gender practices. Women in rural areas closely rely on natural resources. As such, reduced quality or availability of natural resources increase the time burden to collect resources. This also reduces the capacity to cope with climate change. Gender also determines who moves or how decisions are made. Immobility is also gendered, and it exposes the underlying gendered social structures. For instance, a study by Real and Ye found that immobility rates are very high among women as compared to men in Pakistan. In India also, it is generally the women who are left behind to look after their families, farms, and livestock, which increases the burden and impact the overall well-being. Carlin says that the relationship between gender and migration is both dynamic and reciprocal. That it can both break and reinforce the existing gender roles. For instance, some cases male out migration results in increased decision-making powers for women and also provide them with newer opportunities. According to United Nations Population Fund, 25% of more than 100 million displaced people were women and girls between age 15 to 49. They endured long-term gradual harms, violent displacement, and heightened risk of sexual and gender-based violence. In the post-Haiyan Philippines, even after 2 years of disaster, people continue to live in temporary shelters and struggle to find access to social welfare schemes. And women continue to face increased cases of sexual and gender-based violence. The migration outcomes are also gendered. It may seem to be empowering women on one hand, while on the other hand, it may also exaggerate their socioeconomic status and make them worse off. Women also have less access to information in an emergency and less mobility outside their homes, which impacts their learning, their life-saving skills. Masika gives an example of post-1991 cyclone in Bangladesh, which highlights that due to cultural restrictions, women did not know swimming, which limited their mobility when the disaster struck. The similar study also found that women were waiting for their husbands to come back and make evacuation decisions, which resulted in their greater casualties. In situation of forced displacement, traditional gender roles are disrupted. Men lose their income providing capacity and are forced to take care of the family members. This new form of responsibility might awaken a feeling of powerlessness among them, which forces them to resort to alcohol abuse and gender-based violence as a way to cope. Migration also affects the social fabric, influencing family and social structures in very acute ways. Climate-induced mobility adversely impacts the poor. It destroys their livelihoods and renders them homeless. It also causes human rights violations, gender inequalities, and social injustice. Many of these rights endanger the Millennium Developmental Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as some basic fundamental rights provided by the Constitution of the respective countries. Climate-induced migration and displacement falls between policy gaps. International frameworks as well as the national policies are yet to make the link between them. McMichael argues that there has been very little research on the impacts of climate change-related migration on everyday lives of the affected community. Studies on gender and climate-induced mobility are also scarce. the impacts of migration on women, both those migrating and left behind, is also not yet adequately understood or addressed by national or international policies. Therefore, there is a need to understand the needs, challenges, and roles of women and girls in climate-related mobility. It would also help to address the differential impacts of mobility on women and men, while also increasing women's as well as the marginalized voice agency, and ensure safe and sustainable mobility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Srinita. We have, I'm not sure if the next presenter is here. Is Miss Anju Tripathi here? Anju? Okay, I'm not hearing anything and I can't see the name in the list. So we will move on to our final presentation on liminal journeys, liminal lives, Sindhi women refugees narratives of partition and displacement. And that is Radhika Chakrabarti. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. So many thanks to the organizers of the conference for bringing us all together in these difficult and liminal times. And thank you also to Prof. Walton Roberts and other panelists. I'll be speaking today about the partition journeys of Hindu Sindhi women. During the 1947 partition of the Indian subcontinent, over 2 million Hindu Sindhis were displaced from their homes in Sindh and journeyed to independent India. This paper explores the life narratives of 7 such women who made these journeys of displacement. The partition journeys narrated by these women were fragmented and fractured and discrete and not discrete in beginning and end from Sindh to India, but stretched across and structured their life narratives, entangled with a series of movements from place to place within India. I thus explore how the concept of journey frames the refugee life narrative itself. In this paper, I seek to complement the literature on refugee journeys by exploring the spatio-temporal dimensions of these journeys through the lens of liminality. I also, however, build upon and extend the notion of liminality through highlighting the indeterminacy they experienced long after arriving in India. Thus, for these women and for many refugees, the liminal experience may not end when we expect that it would. Influential scholarship on refugee journeys has called for greater attention to be paid to the journey itself. Conceptualization and theoretical use of refugee journeys has remained limited or has been framed through categories and discourses which replicate state power. Benizer and Zetter suggest that for the context of forced migration and displacement, journeys continue to be a definitive part of refugees' life narratives, and they argue that studying the journey has the potential to inform a much deeper academic understanding of the life-changing meaning of displacement itself. Contiguous to the idea of refugees and displacement is the idea of liminality, or the experience of being, as Turner put it in 1969, betwixt and between. Etymologically, liminality is connected to the idea of the threshold and represents transition, transformation, or an intermediate state. Initially developed as a concept relating to social rites of passage, such as initiation rituals or religious rituals and festivals, the idea of liminality in contemporary scholarship has been extended to study refugee experiences of in-betweenness, as refugees encounter crippling uncertainties as they strive to reach safety. Legal and administrative ambiguities overlap to shape the lives of displaced groups like refugees, engendering spaces and temporalities of waiting, limbo, and immobility. And scholarship has highlighted how spaces or sites that are between states, like refugee camps, tents, and other such, generate a sense of limbo for refugees, a sense of being neither here nor there, unable to experience belonging or settlement. Here we see the ways in which conceptualizations of the journey and liminality can speak to each other. If the refugee journey is something that stretches between origin and destination, and it's a transformative passage between the static conditions that precede and succeed it, liminality is an in-between uncertain condition, but carrying the potential for transformed outcomes, and is a transition from one phase of life to another, and the interim experience of being in between. I would thus argue that there is conceptual value in further exploring how an experience of liminality is engendered through the refugee journey or liminal passage, and seek to do so through the analysis of life narratives of Hindu Sindhi refugee women. The refugee journey and the liminality it engenders in most conceptualizations is framed with two distinct ends, the point of origin and the point of arrival in host state. However, many scholars have suggested that when narrated, journeys of displacement tend to spill beyond these two ends and impinge upon refugees' lived realities and unique and complex configurations. And it is these stretchings or extensions of the liminal experience in the journey that my paper explores. So I'll very briefly introduce the context of my study. In 1947, the province of Sindh was not divided between India and Pakistan, but became a part of Pakistani territory in its entirety. In this region, Hindus were a small but powerful minority concentrated in urban areas or sometimes landowners in rural areas. They faced displacement, exclusion, and a rupturing of social networks during partition, and many fled the threat of communal violence to make their homes in India and elsewhere in the world. Their experience of displacement was also mediated by the fact that they saw themselves migrating not to a new and unknown land, but to the new India, India in the present, from an undivided India in the past. Many of these refugees did not make permanent resettlement plans, but fled expecting to return to their homes when things returned to normal, creating a heightened sense of in-betweenness and indeterminacy when this did not come to pass. Feminist historians have documented the ways in which partitions, violence, and dispossessions, as well as historiographies, have been deeply gendered, and refugee women thus became a site of potential conflict as new discursive constructions around them emerged. As Sen documents, they appeared at once as vulnerable bodies, vulnerable to sexual violence, marginal and unrehabilitable, or as transgressing gender roles by becoming breadwinners in their families. So this study draws on the life narratives of Sindhi women from New Delhi and is a part of a broad
Unmute. Yes.
sorry, I think I'm getting muted. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. So the study draws on the life narratives of Sindhi women from New Delhi who lived through the experience of partition, and it's part of a broader project of life history interviews with 30 Sindhi women. Their ages range between 5 to 20 at the time of partition, and interviews are very loosely structured, leaving them to direct and shape the course of the interviews. All of their names in this presentation have been changed to protect their privacy, and interviews were conducted in a mix of English, Hindi, and Sindhi and have been translated to English. Some scholars have contested the use of oral narrative to explore socio-political realities of partition, given that these narratives would reflect fragmented memories from childhood. However, partition is not limited to the moment of 1947, but as an event is experienced across temporalities and lifetimes. And so I would suggest that childhood memories do not present a less valid, but rather a different form of knowledge, and the assembling and framing of such memories into a life narrative can reveal valuable insights about liminal experiences through the life course. So I'll begin with the life story of Ishwari, who is now 84 at the time that I met her. Ishwari began her life story with a description of her family leaving their home in Karachi, specifically on the ship that they boarded bound for Bombay. She narrates that they made a circle out of their belongings, and that circle became a room for them on the ship, and that was their home during the course of their ship journey. In Bombay, they again experienced some indeterminacy where they waited and waited at a refugee camp for an order coming directing them where to go. At this point, her uncle, who had been a landowner in Sindh and was already in India, recommended that her family move to Ajmer. She described that because her family came from a big city, whereas her uncle came from a village without electricity, they had different understandings of the kind of place they would like to settle. Her family struggled to make a home in Ajmer and then moved great distances across the breadth of India well into her adulthood. Her family remained in Ajmer until she completed her schooling. Her brothers were only able to migrate from Sindh after this, and they arrived in Bombay. Once they were settled, her family tried to move to Bombay, but her brothers were evicted from their home, and the family returned once again in difficult circumstances to Ajmer. She then was married and returned to Bombay again to live with her husband, but her husband's work brought them to Delhi. He was later transferred and she was separated from him. And so this journeying continues. This journeying that was initiated by the partition stretched like a thread through the narrative of her life, reflecting a kind of unsettlement. The potential to move and be moved by forces beyond her control resonated in each life stage that she described. This story reflects several key threads and patterns. For these women, although a moment of historical rupture engenders a journey away from the homeland, a corresponding moment of arrival is difficult to identify. For Ishwari, this journeying continues and represents a kind of fragmentation or fragmented migration, disrupting what one might think of as the connective strand between departure and arrival. Not only does the journeying continue for many such women, but this constant series of movements creates the scaffolding that they build their life narratives around. And the journeying, rather than ending once they settle post-partition, becomes their means of telling their life stories. A significant element of many of the narratives was not this description of violence that they experienced themselves, but their narration of the specter or threat of violence that they felt at each step of their journey. As I listened to their stories, interlocutors would often interject their narratives with descriptions of violence that were circulating around them, interrupting the descriptions of their own journey to speak about what was happening nearby or what they had heard about. For example, Sundri, who came from a landowning family near Hyderabad, came with her family on the mail carriage. Her father bribed a coolie on a train leaving Hyderabad to allow them to travel in this carriage, and she distinctly recalls the red carriage they traveled in, and how her family locked and barricaded themselves into this suffocating carriage for the duration of the journey. Even though there was no violence on their train, they chose to remain hidden for fear of their lives. And as she narrated her own experience, she continuously interjected her description with the kinds of violence she knew had been occurring on other trains. Rather than understanding stories like this just as a backdrop, these asides form a very integral part of their experience of the journey, as their fears shape their experiences and moving decisions, placing them in further uncertainty. Scholars have commented on the absence of violence in Sindhi experiences of partition, but despite this, the specter of violence shapes their trajectories. Furthermore, these specters extended into their arrival and efforts to settle in India, making it difficult for them to belong. Although India was thought to be safer for women, upon arrival, they find themselves unwelcome and still deeply unsafe, more so if they were young and unmarried. Rukmini's narrative, which is on the screen, reflects this anxiety, where women are constructed simultaneously as a burden and as the last defense or site for protection. When describing her family's difficult decision to leave, she narrated how her and her unmarried sisters were sent ahead. But when they arrived, they were turned away from houses because they arrived with too many unmarried women. Since moving decisions were often couched around the need to get women away to safety, women became invested not only with the weight of community identity and reputation, but became constructed as magnets for communal violence. Many women also narrated partition marriages. They were married very young to ensure their safe passage across the border with their marital families. Savitri told me that she came from Pakistan and when she was at the age of 10 years old and she was married at this time. She says, I have no memory of my wedding or the ceremony. Whereas Popati shared, I came to India with three brothers, my mother, and my three very small bhabis who was 6 years old. They were given to our family because their mother had two girls, and the poor thing must have thought, who knows what will happen to these young girls. Indeed,
Radhika, could you wrap up in a minute?
Yeah, sure. So alongside marriage and moving decisions and denial of housing, educational trajectories of women were also affected. Women also narrated their narratives, bringing and weaving together the past and the present in the ways in which they told their stories. The fragmented temporalities of their narratives also reflects a kind of extension of liminality and a bringing of the liminal experience into their present. So Popati says, sorrow then and sorrow now. And Lata says, on the one hand, we have to eat the food of struggle here. On the other hand, over there, there's violence. Now what can we do? So how might the life narratives of elderly women refugees contribute to the domain of refugee studies? If the growing literature on partition speaks to the politics of the present, thinking through the partition journey in terms of its gendered and temporal, spatio-temporal dimensions may speak to contemporary contexts of displacement and refuginess as well. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have just a few minutes, and if I might, unless Jatinder and Rakesh advise me otherwise, I'm assuming if people have burning questions they want to ask, they can type them into the chat. I'm not sure if that's possible, but perhaps I could take.
Can raise hands.
They can raise hands. Okay, so if they could do that, maybe though I could take a minute or two just to make a couple of comments on the papers. Is that okay? So thank you so much to our presenters. That was a fascinating and very rich session. I just have a few comments to make, and really the things that sort of stood out to me in your presentations were issues around data and categories. And in our first paper by which actually Nihar Singh, who actually presented second, but on the list, Dr. Nihar Singh, was really interesting, talking about Badasi folk songs. And I was very interested in that notion of folk songs as a rich primary source of data. And I think it's fascinating to explore these kind of everyday social repositories of data and information. And I was quite interested to know whether there are songs that perhaps reflect more issues of resistance. It struck me that the songs were exercising a fairly a traditional narrative of loss and pain, but I wondered about whether there are elements as well of resistance to the system and the norms and the expectations. And then our other paper by Dr. Arpita Giri, an overview of contemporary trends and patterns of migration from Nepal. Again, this was a fascinating example of thinking about, again, categories, because the interesting agreement between India and Nepal, the Nepalese laborers are kind of, as she mentioned, informal, but in some ways their categorization is slightly different because of their relative free mobility across the border, and yet there is still the kind of stereotyping of Nepalese labor migrants, and so that was interesting to hear examined, and also again the importance of thinking about bringing labor migration policies to bear on this population. We had a paper by Miss Arushi Massey and Miss Simran Massey on climate poverty and refugees. And it was an interesting question. Imagine what the welfare state would look like if it included climate-induced poverty. And I was very interested to see their use of the Notre Dame Index of Vulnerability, and the important stress on things like the Green New Deal. And it aligns in some ways with our response to the pandemic and this thinking about how we're going to build back better, especially if we can adopt a more Keynesian model of investment, infrastructure investment, eradicating inequality. So that was certainly something of interest. Saba Khan presented interesting, looking again at climate-induced migration and displacement. And here are issues of data. First is a lack of data, but also the whole issue around categories and the fact that terminology has different meanings. There are all kinds of legal agreements, but I feel as if we're at a moment where our categories are no longer able to manage with the immense disruption that we are experiencing. And this in some ways came through in Badashar Sarkar's presentation, very interesting quantitative analysis using data from 2008, the NSSO data. And clearly we do need more data, and this has been something made very apparent by the pandemic. India's ability to understand the immense magnitude of internal migration has been shown to be really lacking in this case. But that was a very interesting analysis using the data that you do have. And so I would just wonder if there are ways to perhaps supplement and update that data. Turning to Shanita Bhattaji's presentation on In Search of Refuge, Internal Migrants and the Response to and Neoliberal Responses, I thought this was also very interesting for its innovative application of these categories that are typically preserved for migrants who are crossing an international border, refugees, to apply them to internal domestic workers whose experiences of disruption are immense and profound in light of the global pandemic. And I think that was a very interesting, kind of critical interrogation, which points to the fact that I think many of these papers illustrate is that our categories have perhaps reached the limits of their usefulness. I mean, we're at a point now where we have seen globally the death of asylum, with states closing their borders and no longer really upholding the UNHCR convention. We're seeing that in terms of offshoring, warehousing. We're seeing the pandemic and climate change absolutely challenge the global instruments that we have for trying to remediate some of this problematic. And I think all of the papers were very sensitive to highlighting some of those issues. And of course, we're seeing immense vulnerabilities from all kinds of directions. And so I think this is an interesting research approach. How do we think about these categories in creative ways, perhaps? How do we challenge what's happening, which is in some ways a loss of their official valiance? We're seeing states kind of failing to manage with these. And so I thought that came through on a lot of papers and was interesting in the one by Srinita. And then Arushi Rise, Climate Mobility is Why We Need a Gender Perspective. Absolutely supportive of that importance of recognizing the multiple ways in which gender dimensions are significant to what's going on. And again, this challenge of thinking about these categorizations of movements. Do we need a new vocabulary? How can we kind of engage with the vocabulary that's present that sometimes just fails to really reflect the problems that we're facing? And especially the different kinds of mobilities. And I like the idea of micro mobilities still being significant in terms of the everyday. And then in our final paper by Radhika Chakrabarti on partition, again here, this is a really interesting utilization of historical migrant journeys in terms of a new source of data, bringing it into the present. And really, again, this idea of liminality and of the journey. And it's fascinating because, of course, we have heard echoes of partition discussion in terms of the response to the disruption of the pandemic. And so, again, revisiting these historical moments and utilizing personal narratives as a new source of data, a very creative approach to thinking and problematizing whether we're these different issues, new issues, reinvention of these similar problematics of liminality and the journey. So I would like to say thank you to all of our presenters. Sorry, we are a few minutes over. I apologize if we have not had a chance to get more questions from the participants. I'd like to thank everybody, the presenters and the attendees, and I will hand it back to Jatindra. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Margaret. Thanks for chairing this session. And on the behalf of entire GRFDT team and MFA and CISAN, I just convey my thanks to you, and thanks to all the presenters who presented their research, shared their research at this platform. Thanks to reporter Vazda Tabassum and also the in charge of Zoom room, Dr. Rakesh Ranjan. And thanks to all the participants who are here and who has taken this session so seriously. And I think that this session was so vibrant and has raised many research queries and will further give the path to move again on the lines of these which have been suggested here in this parallel session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to GRFDT room.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.